Pick your hero. Or villain, I'm not judging.
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help. Chaos surrounds us, but I will gladly
30
show
seconds
it to
before you
its
attack.
control.
Get ready.
The time has come to call on ancient forces to aid us in this battle.
Oh, I always wanted to learn magic. Tippy Toe loves a good card trick.
The spells I have mastered are not for novices. They are fueled by pure chaos.
You want pure chaos?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
When
No.
bad men learn that reality is
If I die, I will switch.
A nice deep freeze.
now disappearing. Khonshu cannot
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
What's next? You are under my spell.
The mission area is yours.
You poor sweet child.
Ah, fuck.
Control lost.
I won't make the same mistakes again. Be right back.
Get in here, y'all.
Feeling stronger already.
What? What the fuck? Oh. Oh.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Why would I need healing? Ruined unks, please me.
Never thought I'd be sad to see death.
Again!
Immortality has its privileges.
My friends are here!
I am barely harmed.
I'm hurt.
Oh my god.
Every mortal is my subject. I rule all.
Don't get jealous, fighter.
Excuse me.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
No one escapes hell.
In a big crunchy shell. Try to take a bite out of Spider and you'll chip a fang.
We do not wish to consume you, child. At least for now.
Yeah, well,
let me know if there's a change to the menu, okay?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Hell is my realm, but soon it will not be the only one.
Goodbye. Spiders? That one hurts.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Spider mode! It's the grand...
Another soul to join us.
This is real firepower!
Feels like living.
I like the cold. Oh, I need assistance.
Find that soul.
They captured the mission area!
No goddess is ever truly gone. Fight!
The Ankh has been removed from play.
Oh my god, this fucking bitch.
Powering up!
The moon haunts you!
Some help!
I am returned to claim what is mine.
Your powers are mine!
Past the halfway point.
Hey, get up, Scarlet Witch.
The horrors I'll make for them in hell.
Behold, Darkchild!
Find that soul.
They've almost got it!
I specialize in grievance and revenge. Mortals use healing. Why would I need healing?
The perfect hit! You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
It's okay. Admit it. You need me.
This is real firepower!
All here. Step here.
Find that soul.
Your powers are mine!
Hell unleashed!
Feels like living.
It's the grand finale!
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Let's get it.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
I'm Luna Snow. Like the moon, I shine in darkness. It's easier being a superhero when you have the fame part figured out.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Let's get.
Wow, you look tough.
You look like you belong in high school. What are you?
A famous singer.
I don't listen to music. I punish criminals.
Well, we are in the right place for that. Let's go.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Alright. Let's get it.
Of all the possible realities, this is not the one I expected to find myself in.
Ooh.
I'm good to go.
I found one of our critics.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. The mission area is yours.
Oh my god, could y'all take out this fucking Star-Lord like I said? God.
You made your last mistake.
I'm making a comeback.
You're mine.
Warning, protective shield compromised. Cease hostile actions.
I found one of our critics.
So long, Charlie.
Thanks so much.
Your magic to the grown-ups.
I'm hurt.
Gotta be kidding me, bro.
I like the cold. How? You're frozen.
Captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
It's yours.
Needed a little boost. Thanks. I'm hunkering down.
The magic to the grown-ups.
Don't see Wolverine go down every day. I'm good to go.
Please. I don't have to be center stage. Be strong together.
Turret's blown. I'm infantry again.
No worries. I've got your back.
The area is almost yours.
Do I grow like a girl?
Hostiles up front. Berserker! Rage!
Shields up.
Come back here, Millie. Come back here.
Behind us. Behind us. Oh.
Nice. Nice, nice, nice work.
It's easier being a superhero when you have the fame part figured out.
Seconds before you attack. Get
Rats in
ready.
the kitchen? You should get that checked out.
You can shoot fast, bub, but I can heal even faster. Wanna put that to the test, old man? Maybe later.
Whoa, what is going on,
Looks
man?
like we're on the same side. Getting harder and harder to keep track these days.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I'd rather make music than do anything else. Except superhero.
The perfect hit!
That one hurt, though.
Oh my. Oh my.
This is real firepower!
Needed a little boost.
I am ready to put on a show!
The mission area is yours!
Feeling fantastic.
Our groove. We have prevailed.
Nice, nice, nice. Oh shit.
A nice deep
Jeff.
freeze.
Fucking Jeff, man. It's always Jeff, you know?
I don't have to be center stage. Anyone willing to help?
Double KO!
I've still got songs to sing. Fear best self.
You captured more
Yeah,
than half
better
of
do
the
your
mission
work,
area.
bro.
Keep going.
I'll keep you alive. Just do your work. Oh shit.
Disappear! I was worried.
Oh.
By the eye of Agamotto!
That a bitch. That's sad.
I like the cold.
Control lost!
I'm back in the fight.
You're mine.
That's better.
Fear best self.
Disappearing.
The perfect hit!
You're the best at what you do, Logan.
Control seized! The area's almost yours!
I suck.
No, disappearing.
Another epic victory! Big win! The right heroes could make all the difference.
I'm Luna Snow. Like the moon, I shine in darkness.
Round one, go!
Be strong together.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Hey, how's the shield holding, Cap? I'm working on a shapeable proton matrix that'll really...
That's great. But English, please.
Solid light.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Spectre, I'm Stephen Grant. I'm Jake Lockley. And we are Moon Knight.
La la la. Oh, Bakamoti. Oh man. Well, that's not my fault. Shit. Man, that's mad annoying. Yeah, that's annoying. Doesn't let me at least get back in there. Fuck. Damn. Oh, my game. Not my fault your stupid game crashes.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
No one escapes hell. Can
They'll
you
be
pass
coming in
the
30
trial
seconds.
of your
Stay
soul?
strong.
What a strange alliance. We should be at odds, you and I.
Why do you say that, man of gold?
I seek to save souls. You seek to collect them.
Ah, but if they all ceased to exist, we would both be out of business, would we
The
not?
battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Smartest thing Banner ever did was make Hammerfell stretchy.
Some assistance.
That one hurts.
I want your soul!
I suck.
Quantum magic. Your attacks are futile.
I want your soul!
I am at your service.
Here's this life!
Let's do this.
No one but myself!
Oh my god. That turned into a bird?
That was
I am returned to claim what is mine.
That's what I was trying to do. Oh, I'm gonna kick his ass when I see him. Though.
Oh, I just love their little spears.
still scrapping.
Time is up.
I am at your service.
Just another sucker with
Disappear!
I am barely
Strong
harmed.
together. A nice deep freeze.
Find that soul!
This together.
There's somebody behind me, something?
Magneto!
Rise, my friends!
A nice deep freeze.
Second chance is over. Namor has
Sorry, Calamari. It's the grand finale.
Here's this life!
Let's do this.
I like the cold.
Disappear!
No escape from this.
A nice deep freeze.
When I rise, they fall. Here's this.
How did I die? Okay.
Immortality has its privileges.
No.
A nice deep freeze.
Find that soul!
You need to stop that! Hey, check out this baby! Disappear!
Chilled skateboarding.
Rise, my friends!
Here's this life. Watch your tail. Why did I need healing?
Against the world!
Some assistance, please.
I bring hell down.
Double kill! That's 3! You stop them in their tracks!
Goodbye for now. You're not going anywhere. Ah, that's better. Goodbye for now.
I need healing.
Some sort of squeeze.
And then deep breathe.
You stop them in their tracks!
A little help, please.
You always were
I don't even know what my Luna Stone was fucking even doing. I don't know what she was fucking doing.
The cosmos heals.
That's better.
Party crashers.
You're not going anywhere.
Ice up.
Disappear! Only 60 seconds left.
Aquatic enemies have been eliminated.
Us against the world!
At your service. I require some aid.
Stupid bitch.
You got them all! Couldn't do it alone. Down to 30 seconds.
Don't let them break us.
You stop them in their tracks.
You're not going anywhere.
That's squirrel power!
What the hell?
Seconds! Double KO! That's 3!
Yes. Another hit for Luna Snow.
Another epic victory! Big win!
Yeah, I knew he was gonna pick this one.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help. No one escapes hell.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
That is the real question.
Saving the world one more time. Right, Tony?
It's what we do, Bruce. It's what we do.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Don't bother trying to make people care. Show them what matters. I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Get in here, y'all.
Time is up. I am barely harmed.
Track this enemy. Please, we're hurt. Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Ready to radiate.
Let's go.
I gotta admit, taking out Star-Lord was satisfying.
Yeah. Oh my fucking god.
Return to claim what is mine.
I am too good at this. See? I'm fucking help. Happy to pitch in.
Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Or an enemy tag.
I want your soul. Tony, we need you.
I am barely
Track this
harmed.
enemy.
Relay deployed.
Find that soul. Resistance is futile.
Pulse charge. Fire. All guys down.
Double KO.
Who could fight the goddess of hell?
These guys are about to shoot at us.
I am the goddess. All who have the gods fear.
Double KO.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
This body is fragile.
If I get hit, it's gonna hurt. Did you see that green H? Hey, Dee! Enjoy the amplifier!
Help. So cold.
Maximum pulse!
I am barely harmed.
Ow! That fucking hurt! We got behind you!
Hell unleashed!
Relay deployed!
Face my crows.
Okay! Pulse
Double
charge!
KO.
Fire!
Who could fight the goddess of hell?
Only 60 seconds left. That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row. seconds.
Hang on just a little longer.
Co-op time.
Here's mine.
Final 10 seconds. Another epic victory.
That Spider-Man was pissing me the fuck off.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'm Luna Snow. Like the moon, I shine in darkness.
Round 1, go!
Superpowers are amazing. Also, the ice effects look
30
great on
seconds before you
stage.
attack. Get ready.
You're so heat. Oh my god, oh, you are such a huge star to the Badoon.
I am? Amazing. I didn't think aliens listened to K-pop.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, Rocket said that we could sell signed pics of you for like a fortune on Low Tiara.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Sounds like you need to talk
3,
to my manager.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Be your best self.
Already?
Some help.
Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind me.
I was worried. Don't throw like a girl.
I appreciate you. Tiny robot spiders, look out!
How are you frozen? It's okay. Admit it. You need me. We're finding our groove.
It's Spider!
What do I do for an encore? I am ready to put on a show. I like the cold. I am ready to put on a show. Stay away from the nest.
We are undefeatable!
I'm making a comeback. I suck. Blow up. Oh, you're a lifesaver. Nicely pick me up. Need some help.
Oh fuck.
Thanks so much.
Squirrel versus spider. Squirrel wins.
I like the cold. Blow up. I always wanted to play Budokan, but instead, I will escort Spider Hero there. Just in time. Thanks.
Observe.
Sure. I like the cold.
Render me assistance.
Sorry. It's spider time!
Assemble!
It's spider time!
I've still got songs to sing. Sorry, no escaping us now. Blow up. I am ready to put on a show. Better look behind you. I am ready to put on a show.
We are undefeatable!
Do I grow like a girl?
Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind me.
I was worried.
I was looking for one of these.
Someone needs a snowball in the face.
That last acorn Tippy Toe spotted bad guys. There they are!
Do I throw like a girl?
Honk if you destroyed an
Get
arm!
in there.
Budokan, quickly, hurry!
Damn, why did you put that shit there, bro?
Only 60 seconds left.
It's spider time!
Oh, sucks to be
I'm back in
Shit looks retarded when you see it from that angle. Oh man. Yeah, this Groot is like, he's like putting these things in the walls in like the worst spots, bro. Because every time he puts them down, it's like, oh my god.
Score is 1-2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Nice.
I'm Luna Snow. Like the moon, I shine in darkness.
The right heroes could make all the difference. Round 2. Go!
Piona. Be your best self.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Ilyana here. Remember, you're more than welcome in the Sanctorum.
Aren't you worried about my dark side anymore, Stephen?
I am, but books and tea will teach you how to cope with it. They worked for me.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
When all this is over, I'm gonna drop the dopest album any timeline has ever heard. I will not be controlled! I suck! I don't have to be center stage. I need some help. I was worried. A nice deep freeze.
Cheap tricks with render me assistance. Good medicine.
The moon haunts you!
Bless the enemy is
A nice deep freeze.
Scarlet is behind us.
They will
I've still got
strike,
songs
and I
to sing.
suspect it will be soon.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
We bonked the arm. I'm hurt.
Better stop that vehicle.
Sorry, no escaping us now. I am ready to put on a show.
We are
The god
undefeated.
of thunder! The moon haunts you!
assemble!
Final score: 1, 2, 2. Well, you can't expect to win them all. right heroes could make all the difference.
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help. The multiverse offers endless possibilities, but only if it survives this chaos.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
That new arm of yours, where'd you get it again, Bucky?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm Hulky. Ow!
Part of me just wants to get back home, but I know I'm needed here.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Ah, that's better.
Better stop that vehicle.
I like the clothes.
You're not going anywhere. The real magic happens when we work
Made it
together.
halfway. Stop them. Double KO.
How was that for a trick, Loki?
I like the
Goodbye. For now. Under my spell.
I'm Hulky. Ow!
You stop them in their tracks.
Be right back. Simply magical. A disappearing act.
I suck.
Ah, that's better. Sayonara.
I'm hurt. Here's this life.
Good thing I was here.
How was that for a trick, Loki? This should help me heal.
Double KO. You stop them in their tracks.
I think you're crazy.
This should help me. Goodbye. For now.
You stop them in their tracks.
Disappearing act. The end has come, but just for
Pulse
you.
charge!
Hurts.
Yo, come on!
Maximum.
Healing for my friends.
Healing.
Better stop that vehicle.
I won't make
Only
the same
60
mistakes
seconds
again.
left.
You can always count on me. Goodbye. For now.
Your powers are mine!
Judge, jury, executioner.
Have to be center stage. It's the grand finale.
Now, a disappearing act.
Pure chaos! Down to 30 seconds. Us against the world.
You're not going anywhere.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Big fucking mistake. Ooh.
They hit a
God damn.
might be a good time to stop them.
This should help me heal. Goodbye for now. You're not going anywhere. Ah, that's better.
Better stop that vehicle.
Yo, could some? Oh.
A nice deep freeze.
Luna, please heal me. God. Fuck. Alright.
Rest easy now. You've earned it. Sorry.
Be careful over here.
Chaos control.
Us against the world.
Your powers are mine!
I am ready to put on a show.
Where's our team? Do we even have a team?
60 seconds left.
Now, a disappearing. That did the trick. Be right there.
Down to 30 seconds.
A nice deep freeze.
There's still a chance to stop them.
I have no fucking heal, bro.
The final 10
Yeah, this point is like really just kill me. I have more healing from you just killing me, bro.
vehicle.
I won't make the same mistakes.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Goodbye.
It's now or never. Stop them. Only 60 seconds left.
Punisher's turned himself into a weapon.
A nice deep freeze.
Don't give them another inch. Or else.
Leave them to Khonshu!
Feeling stronger already.
The current score is 0-2-3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one. Round 2.
I've watched entire realities consumed by chaos. I won't let that happen again.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
So, you commune with ancient gods once in a blue moon, right, Doc?
On occasion. But to serve as one's avatar must be exhausting.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't comment. Khonshu is always listening.
Perhaps a divine...
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There, ahead. I found them.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
A man named Castle becomes a turret.
I need some help. You are under my spell. Capture it is no longer a
It's
concern.
okay. Admit it. You need me. I like the cold.
Be right back.
Get that vehicle moving again! Spider Zero, I promise you will not go web. Chaos control!
A disappearing.
Enemy in front of us. Good riddance. That guy's a psycho.
You are under my spell.
We need to keep moving!
Now, a disappearing act.
Nothing personal.
Journey into mystery, yes. Ride.
You're halfway there! Keep going!
This should help me heal.
Us against the world!
You are under my spell.
Leave them to Khonshu. Enemy in front of us.
Wait, how the fuck did I get... I really wasn't watching my health die. I thought I had full health.
Ready again.
Reborn from the chaos. Be right back.
Fucking Christ.
I am the goddess.
My fate isn't sealed yet.
We're almost to the shrine.
Now, a disappearing act.
Tested again by spell work.
Time to drain.
I found one of our critics. Only 60 seconds left!
I unleash the
Double kill!
Be right back. I am much better now.
They outnumber us! Down to 30 seconds! You're not going anywhere!
Oh my god, bro.
Down and out.
Double KO!
My work here is not done.
Get that vehicle moving again! The final 10 seconds!
Judge, jury, executioner.
Goodbye. For now.
Hell unleashed! Final score 0-3. Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Oh. Be right back. Alright, I'll do one more, but... Work out this.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
I'm Luna Snow. Like the moon, I shine in darkness.
Round one, go!
Piona.
You're mine. They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Frank, it's been a while since Shanghai.
Yeah, I'm not traveling as much. Unless I get blasted into another timeline.
If you get a crack at Doom, make it count.
I will. Then I'll be right back home cracking skulls in New York.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
I like the cold. That's it. I'm hurt.
Step aside.
I put you on ice. I'm making a comeback.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
I like the cold. Sai, we need you back.
Better stop that vehicle.
Oh my god, leave me the fuck alone. I have no idea what that team is doing. It's so spread out.
A nice deep freeze.
They waited halfway. Stop them.
That one hurt. I'm back in the fight.
Watch me soar.
I am ready to put on a show.
There's still a chance to stop them. Better stop that vehicle. We hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Do we have like a team or like what's going on, bro?
Oh no, not Jeff. He's the best little land shark. I suck. I am ready to put on a show.
I'm doing this my way!
By the Eye of Agamotto!
I am ready to put on a show!
It's now or never! Stop them!
I like the cold.
Thanks.
Watch me soar! And so your story I don't have to be center stage. A nice deep freeze. Thanks so much. The great snake.
You stop them in their tracks!
I am ready to put on a show! Need some help. That's better.
Moon Knight dropped one of his toys.
Do I grow like a girl? There we are. A nice deep freeze.
We are undefeatable!
Even better than my mutant power.
Be your best self. I found one of our critics. Be careful over here. I am ready to put on a show!
Never miss!
The moon haunts you!
I'm back in the fight. How? You're frozen.
Better stop that beast!
Songs to sing. Watch me soar!
By the Eye of Agamotto!
Needed a little boost.
What do I do for an encore? I like the cold. Or finding our groove. I have destroyed that troublesome arc.
You stop them in their tracks! Only 60 seconds left!
I am ready to put on a show! I was worried.
Even better than my mutant power. Sliced up Moon Knight's arm.
Need some help.
Much better.
Down to 30 seconds!
A nice deep freeze. Be your best self.
Final 10 seconds! We are
I am ready to put on a
keep
show!
fighting until we have a winner!
The moon haunts you!
Be your best self.
Never miss!
What is the future? Watch me soar! You're amazing. I wish I had no more arms. Not ready to perform quite yet. I like the cold. That one hurt. You seeing stars? The great snake.
The current score is 0-2. Time to switch things up. including which side you're on.
I'm Luna Snow. Like the moon, I shine in darkness.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one. Round 2,
It's
go!
easier being a superhero when you have the fame part figured out.
If we strike here.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Folks like these, they might have powers, but they ain't like you and me.
Guys who look surprisingly good for how old they actually are?
Living weapons.
Oh, right. That too.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I came all the way from Krakoa for this. Look who just showed up.
Roll up! Need some help!
You're mine. Needed a little boost. Thanks.
I was worried.
That's what I needed.
We're finding our groove.
Coming at ya.
Luna, not Jeff. He was the best little land shark. I like the cold.
That's better.
See them? Right there.
Needed a little boost. Thanks. Spiders, we got some exterminating to do.
Much better.
I'm fine. I'm hurt. I cleared the spiders.
Watch me soar!
We are undefeatable!
I found one of our critics. I like the cold.
Ooh! Fuck this shit, bro. Can't
I'm
play it.
empowered by chaos, but I'm trying to bring a bit of order to the universe.
Berserker! Rage!
A tiny spider yoga. Chaos control! The spider nest hasn't cleared.
Fuck.
Never miss!
My work here is not done. Now, a disappearing act.
Down to 30 seconds.
Watch me soar!
What are we waiting for? Ninja moves better than mine.
The spider bots have been disabled.
It's The final 10 seconds!
Ah, that's better. Show's over.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Let's see, little yokai.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Better than mine? I'm impressed, Sai.
You are under my spell. Our foes surround us. Now, I disappear. Shows. Ah, that's better. You're not going anywhere.
We are undefeatable!
Your tail ends. You right there. Just what I needed. You were under my spell. Now I disappear.
Only 60 seconds left.
Under my spell. This should help me heal.
Ninja moves better than mine? I'm impressed, Sai.
You were under my spell.
I forgot they had a fucking jet.
Never miss!
We are undefeatable! The final 10 seconds!
Move all you want. I'll just stay where you were.
By the eye of
My fate
You'll
is
have to keep
sealed
fighting
yet.
until we have a winner.
You are under my spell.
Final score 1-2-2. Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Ah, okay. Excuse me. Get a cookie.
Been driving for Lyft for a few years. This happened a few months ago. I've been driving for Lyft for a few years now, and I usually stick to late night shifts. The roads are quieter and the tips are better, but there is a trade-off. Every once in a while, you get a story that sticks with you, and not in a good way. I'd always thought of myself as careful. I've dealt with my fair share of odd passengers, but nothing, and I mean nothing, even came close to being as strange as what I'm about to tell you. I didn't have a dash cam at the time, and that night was the main reason I installed one. It started off normal enough, just me and the odd sounds my car would occasionally make. I've got this beat up 2005 Volvo, but it's reliable as hell. The streets were quite literally deserted, which, like I said earlier, I preferred. Sometime after 2 p.m., I got a request from a convenience store nearby. Seemed harmless at first, but for some reason, I got this weird feeling in my gut about it. You ever get that feeling like something's off, but you can't explain why? That's exactly what hit me as I drove up. Before I even saw the guy, I figured out why I was getting that gut feeling. The convenience store I was pulling up to was closed, all the lights were off, and there was not a single car in the lot. As I pulled closer, I saw him. I made sure to drive pretty slowly so I could get a good look at him. He was pacing outside the store, wearing this ratty hoodie that looked like it hadn't seen a washing machine in years. I'm not kidding about that. There was literally a hole in the sleeve. His movements were jerky, like he couldn't stand still, and he kept glancing over his shoulder like he thought someone was after him. If I had to guess, he was on something. I probably should have just canceled the ride and driven away. I even hovered my finger over the cancel button, but I didn't for whatever reason. I unlocked the doors, and he slid into the back seat without a word. I regretted my decision the moment I took my foot off the brake. Most people either scroll on their phones or stare out the window, but not him. He just sat there, staring at me through the rearview mirror, not blinking, not looking away, just staring directly at me. I tried not to stare back, but I couldn't help but catch his eye a couple of times. He looked kind of angry, which was also pretty unsettling. I tried to ignore him and turned on the radio to break the silence. I don't even remember which station I clicked on, but the moment the music started playing, he snapped at me to turn it off. His voice was deep and a little raspy, and I could tell he was a smoker right away. That kind of caught me off guard, and I jerked the steering wheel a little bit. I resisted the urge to look at him in the mirror and just did as he said, gripping the wheel a little tighter. I didn't say anything, and we drove in silence for a while. I thought maybe he'd just sit there quietly until we got to his stop. That's what I was hoping for, at least. But then he spoke. I remember the conversation like it was yesterday. He asked me if I ever picked up someone I shouldn't have. That question hit me like a brick. I let out this awkward laugh and said, "Well, I hope not." I was trying to keep it light, but he didn't react. He just leaned back and muttered something to himself that I couldn't hear. Then he started going on about how he used to be an Uber driver and he quit because some punks stole some stuff from his car. He was slurring his words a bit, so I couldn't make out everything he said, but I got the gist of the story for the most part. I looked in the mirror once or twice while he was telling me the story, and I realized he was smiling the whole time, which was incredibly unsettling. A normal person wouldn't smile talking about something like that. He concluded his story by saying, "It's funny how much trust you put in someone sitting right behind you." That comment was what did it for me. I started thinking about him as more of a threat than just a crazy drug addict. Unfortunately, there wasn't much I could do about it. I felt my pulse speed up. I kept my eyes on the road, but my mind was spinning. I glanced at the GPS, focusing on the destination like it was some kind of lifeline, but the guy did not know when to stop talking. He kept babbling about nonsense, some of it concerning and some of it just gibberish. I honestly couldn't keep up. Eventually, he started apologizing to someone, although I don't think it was me. He began insinuating that he had just done something awful and that he was a bad person. He kept saying, "I didn't mean it," repeatedly, followed by a few frantic "I'm sorries." I didn't respond, worried that he'd do something if I did. I didn't know what he'd done or what he was capable of, but I wasn't about to find out. We were only a few minutes from his stop when he snapped out of his muttering haze and yelled at me that I had missed the turn. I didn't miss it. The GPS clearly showed we were on track, but I slammed on the brakes anyway, mostly out of fear. He demanded that I pull over, so that's what I did. My hands were shaking at that point. I just wanted the nightmare to be over. As soon as I shifted into park, headlights appeared behind us. It was a police car. I said a silent prayer and watched as it crept down the road, its spotlight briefly sweeping over my car. The guy in my back seat slouched down like he was trying to stay out of sight. I turned my head and saw him lying almost perfectly flat on my back seat with his eyes closed. I whipped my head back around before he saw me, trying to keep my breathing steady. He stayed in that position for a really uncomfortable amount of time. I wanted to ask him to leave, but decided against it. Eventually, he lifted his head and told me I had gotten lucky. Before I had a chance to do anything, he opened my car door and disappeared. I ended up calling my shift short after that. I was shaken up and didn't feel like driving around anymore. It wasn't until a few weeks later that I came across something on my phone that proved how dangerous of a situation I had been in. According to a news article, a convenience store had been robbed on the night I picked up that passenger. It was 2 blocks from where I had picked that guy up. It makes me sick knowing I was inches away from a dangerous criminal who could have harmed me if he had chosen to. I'm a little scared to contact the police about this. I try to avoid law enforcement for various personal reasons I won't get into. I'm not really sure if my report would even help. Either way, I'm much more cautious about who I let in my car. I used to live in the city. The urban lifestyle is honestly what I always envisioned for myself. I'm not going to get into it, but after an extremely traumatic experience, I couldn't bear even the smallest noises. I began to hate noise in general. My psychiatrist told me I had developed a rare case of phonophobia, so that pins and needles feeling you get when your foot falls asleep. It's kind of like that, but in my chest, always there, like my body was bracing for something that wasn't coming. Every car horn or slamming door felt like a jolt straight to my nerves. I couldn't keep living like that. About 3 years ago, I found a cabin buried deep in the Pacific Northwest. I don't want to say exactly where it was for reasons you'll soon understand, but all I'll say is that it was somewhere in Oregon. It seemed perfect. Very few neighbors, no traffic, barely any cell service. What really sold me on it, though, was the lack of noise. It was just me and the peace and quiet. For the first time in months, I thought I might actually feel safe. The cabin itself was small but cozy. To be fair, it was exactly what the listing had promised. You could tell it had been built to last, with thick wooden beams and a sturdy stone fireplace. It smelled like pine and old books when I first walked in. You know, that kind of earthy scent that's almost comforting. Think like one of those old cabin-style bed and breakfasts, for any of you who have gone skiing before. The nearest neighbor lived about a 10-minute walk down a narrow dirt path. I didn't meet her right away, though. For the first few days, I just soaked in the silence. I'd wake up to the sound of birds instead of sirens, and at night, the only thing I heard was the wind brushing through the trees. It was like the whole world had pressed pause, and I could finally breathe again. I did all my work from my laptop, so there really was no need for me to connect with the outside world beyond that. About a week after I moved in, there was a knock at the door. The cabin obviously had no doorbell, so those knocks were something I'd have to get used to. I opened the door, expecting it to be my neighbor, and it was. It was a moderately old woman carrying a basket of preserves like she just stepped out of a Hallmark movie. She introduced herself as Michelle and told me she lived about 10 minutes down the trail, which didn't sound far at all until you factored in how dense the woods were. I mean, you could get turned around in there just looking for firewood. She was in her late 60s with oddly long gray hair and these piercing blue eyes that made you feel like she could see right through you. She wasn't rude exactly, more like blunt. She welcomed me to the woods and extended the basket toward me like she was expecting me to take it. I didn't really have much of a choice. She was practically shoving it in my face. I know it sounds hospitable, but her vibe seemed a little off, if that makes any sense. I grabbed it impulsively, but I admit I had never been treated that way by a neighbor before. It wasn't anything crazy, but it wasn't something I was used to. I thanked her as I took the basket, and she looked at me like she was expecting me to say something else. I honestly didn't know what else to say, so I just smiled. She kept staring at me awkwardly, which confirmed my suspicion that this woman didn't interact with a lot of people. Eventually, she spoke. She said, and these were her exact words, which I'll never forget, "Always keep your lanterns full, your windows shut tight, and your wits sharper than your axe." It wasn't something a normal person would say to someone else. It was like she was reciting from a rule book. It honestly sounded more like a warning than advice. I nodded, smiled, and turned to go back inside. After shutting the door, I stood there in silence, waiting to hear her footsteps walk away. She didn't walk away for a good 45 seconds, which was probably the strangest part about the whole interaction. Despite the weird vibe, I did appreciate her kindness. She seemed reclusive, but not unfriendly. The kind of person who'd help you if you asked, but wouldn't go out of her way to pry. I told myself it was nice to know someone was close by, even if I didn't plan on needing her. I didn't even bother looking in the basket. I just set it down in the living room and forgot about it. There was a thunderstorm that night, which is extremely rare for Oregon, but it does happen. I lit a few candles and curled up on the couch with a book, trying to ignore the fact that the power was flickering every few minutes. Some of you might find that kind of isolation scary, but I actually loved it. For some reason, my brain wasn't freaked out by the natural sounds of the thunderstorm. It was actually that specific storm which gave me that realization. I listened intently to everything outside, and it was, dare I say, soothing. But of course, that peaceful feeling didn't last. A few hours after the storm started, there was a knock at the door that nearly made me jump out of my skin. I say knock, but it was really more of a banging. It was loud and definitely not natural, like whoever it was didn't care that it was pouring outside. My heart started pounding, and I began to feel that god-awful tingly sensation in my chest. After hesitating for a few seconds, I grabbed a flashlight and got up to check who it was. I looked through the little glass window pane next to the door. It was Michelle, soaked to the bone and clutching a flashlight. I opened the door, and she spoke before I even had a chance to greet her. She blurted out that she saw someone near my woodpile and that I should know about it. I was beyond confused, but her words were incredibly concerning, and that took precedence. I stepped out onto the porch, shining my flashlight into the rain, but I couldn't see anything but trees. I asked her if she was sure, and she nodded. Her eyes kept darting to the woods like she was expecting someone to emerge from it any second. The whole thing was pretty freaky. I kept looking around, but there wasn't much I could make out between the darkness and the chaos of the storm. Before I could say anything else, she told me to be careful and began walking away without waiting for a response. I watched her head back down the path toward her cabin, clearly unfazed by the pouring rain. I stood there until the glow of the flashlight disappeared out of sight, and then I went back inside. The literal second I shut the door, I realized her story was riddled with holes. How could she have seen someone near my woodpile if her house was 10 minutes away? She must have been on my property to begin with. Why the hell would she be snooping around my cabin during a thunderstorm? Was she lying? It didn't sit right with me, but marching over to her house in the middle of a thunderstorm was the last thing I was going to do. Still, I had to do something. I locked up the cabin as securely as I could and sat in my room, listening. The storm started to die down after a while, but I still felt pretty uneasy. A few more hours passed without incident, so I decided that it was probably safe to go to sleep. I can't remember exactly what time it was, but sometime after midnight, I woke up to the sound of a branch snapping just outside my bedroom window. I'm a really light sleeper, so I was 100% positive it was a branch snapping and not something else. I froze in place for a few tense seconds, listening. Eventually, I crept to the window, half hoping I wouldn't see anything. At first, I didn't, but then I spotted her. Michelle. She was standing at the edge of the woods, her body angled away from my house. I could tell it was her because her hair was so long and disheveled. I strained to make out more, but being as there was only moonlight to help me see, it was no use. I saw her beginning to turn around, so I ducked beneath the window before she could catch me looking at her. I stayed crouched there for what felt like forever. When I finally mustered the courage to peek again, she was gone. I genuinely didn't know what to do. I hadn't exactly pegged her as dangerous, just weird. But at that point, I was having second thoughts. It didn't make sense. Why would she try and warn me earlier if she was the one poking around? I didn't sleep for hours. I was pretty dead set on just staying up until sunrise. A few hours passed, and I was starting to get tired. As I finally began letting my guard down, there was a knock at the door. It wasn't like the banging from earlier. It was actually kind of quiet. Still, I wasn't going to get up under any circumstances. The pins and needles started up again as I quietly made my way over to the door. I took an inconspicuous glance through the pane and froze in horror. It wasn't Michelle. It was a burly-looking bald guy with a thick beard. I had to fight every bone in my body not to yell out in fear. The situation instantly went from a 6 to a 10. As quietly as I could, I retreated to my bathroom, locked the door, and called the police. As I was on the phone with them, I started to hear banging on the front door, like someone was repeatedly smashing it with a heavy object. The operator told me help was on the way and instructed me not to hang up. I sat there more terrified than I'd ever been in my entire life. Eventually, the front door gave way, and I heard it crash open. I genuinely thought I was going to die. That man, whoever he was, started smashing things in my cabin. At least, that's what it sounded like. All I could hear was the sound of glass breaking and wood splintering. I didn't dare make a sound. Luckily, that man didn't seem to look for me, because I never heard his footsteps leave the living room. Eventually, the smashing sound stopped, and I was sitting in complete silence again. I had been fighting off a panic attack the whole time. To my surprise, the police actually arrived pretty quickly, but not soon enough to catch that guy in the act. He was long gone. I pleaded with the officers to help me out, but they were downright useless. They did a pathetic search of the surrounding property, but that was it. They wouldn't even agree to search the woods, saying that it was too dense and they were unlikely to find him there anyway. I begged them to accompany me to Michelle's house at least, which they agreed to. When we got to her property, my jaw literally dropped. The entire cabin was abandoned. The cops confirmed this and said no one had lived there in decades. I told them they had to search it for squatters, but they told me there was no reason for them to do that. They tried to tell me that there was no clear signs of habitation, so it would be a waste of time. I damn near lost my mind when I heard them say that. I tried to argue, but they more or less told me that living in the woods was a risk I was taking and was not their problem. They left after that, which infuriated me.
Pretty much.
I obviously moved out of that cabin, but not before spending one more night there. It was awful, but I made it through without anything happening. Things have been good for me since then, but I still constantly think about this experience. Some of my superstitious friends have theorized that Michelle was actually a spirit that was trying to protect me, and that she was really just trying to watch over my property for whatever reason. I don't believe in the paranormal, so I think it's much more likely that two people, her and that man, had been squatting in that abandoned cabin. I just still don't understand why they decided to target me, or why Michelle would bother to warn me if she were planning on breaking into my house. I don't think I'll ever know. My name is Luke. My girlfriend Catherine and I met 3 years ago as freshmen in college. We go to Stanford, which has been my dream school since I was like 8. Neither of us are from California. Pretty far from it, actually. We're both from Ohio. Her from Cincinnati, and me just outside Columbus. I think that's a big reason we were so attracted to each other. I think people from similar areas are naturally drawn to each other for whatever reason. Stanford's not a huge school, but most of the student body is originally from California, so us being from the Midwest definitely differentiates us. One of the traditions we've created is how we split Christmas between our families. Catherine's popular amongst my relatives, so her presence is always appreciated and welcomed, damn near expected at this point. Since her house is just a 2-hour drive from mine, we decided early on to spend Christmas Eve with my family, who celebrates Christmas Eve night, and then drive through the night to her house for Christmas Day. Until I met her, I didn't realize that most families celebrate Christmas the day of, not the night before. Oddly enough, my favorite part of the holiday isn't Christmas Eve or Christmas Day though, it's that late night drive. It's become its own little tradition, something we both look forward to every year. The first time we did it still remains one of my favorite memories with her. Because of where I live, the quickest route from my house to hers doesn't take us on a major highway. Most of the route is quiet back roads, just fields, trees, and the occasional distant farmhouse. It's always really late at night when we do it, so in combination with the secluded route, we rarely encounter any other cars. It feels like the world is asleep, and we have it all to ourselves. Don't laugh, but we always blast Juice WRLD during the drive. His music has been a shared obsession since we met. I know his music is a little cringy, but something about singing the lyrics together is really special. It's like we're in sync. This past Christmas Eve started like any other. After a wholesome night with my entire extended family, we packed up my car around midnight and hit the road. The snow was falling lightly, and the roads were deserted as expected. With the music and heat cranked up, everything felt perfect. That all changed in an instant though. What I'm about to describe to you is still one of the most unsettling things I've ever experienced. Probably the most unsettling thing. I was driving along when the music was interrupted by my phone ringing. I glanced down, a little irritated.
Oh my god, why you do that?
It was an unknown number.
You're like a
I ignored it without thinking. Probably a scam call. Those things are constant these days. Catherine made a joke about how committed those call center guys must be making calls on Christmas. I laughed in agreement, and that was that. But then, a few minutes later, my phone rang a second time. I again looked down and saw that it was another unknown number, probably the same one as before. I sighed, irritated, but let it go to voicemail. Catherine glanced at me and raised her eyebrow, but didn't say anything. I tilted my phone towards her to show her that it was an unknown number, and she said, "That's so weird," with a confused look. I didn't respond. Instead, just shrugged my shoulders. The music eventually resumed, and I tried to take my mind off the phone calls. But of course, not 2 minutes later, my phone rang again. I was pissed at that point, cursing under my breath as I fumbled wildly for my phone. I snatched it from the console and swiped aggressively across the screen, ready to tell whoever it was to screw off for spamming my phone. I could tell I startled Catherine, as her body tensed up with my sudden movements. In hindsight, I probably overreacted, but I was sick of being harassed. I basically barked hello into the phone with as sharp a tone as I could muster. I expected the scam script to begin, but I was instead met with silence. I turned up the volume in my car and immediately picked up on a faint static coming from the other side of the line. I was about to hang up when a man's voice spoke. The voice didn't belong to anyone I knew. "Hello, Luke." I was so caught off guard I nearly swerved off the road. I couldn't speak. I felt my whole body starting to itch, which always happens to me when I'm nervous. Before I could respond, the man continued. He started reciting personal information, my full name, my address, details about my life that no stranger should know, details that no stranger could know. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it. I wanted to pull over on the side of the road, but I kept driving like I was in some kind of trance. I considered shouting at him, but decided that anger wasn't the best resource in a situation like this. After he paused for a few tense moments, I finally spoke. I asked him what he wanted in a steady voice, trying to hide the fear I was feeling. The voice paused before delivering the words that made my blood run cold. He said that he wasn't here for me, that he was here for Catherine. Hearing my girlfriend's name was about 100 times more terrifying than hearing my own, and the horrified expression on her face told me that she was just as shocked as I was. I blurted out that I didn't know a Catherine, that he must have the wrong number. The man chuckled before saying, "She's sitting right next to you." That was too much for me. I pulled over on the side of the road. I had no choice. My hands were literally shaking in fear. I was about to say something when Catherine reached into my lap in one fluid movement and hung up the phone. Just like that, I literally screamed in her face, demanding to know why she hung up on a stranger that was making personal threats towards us. She didn't answer, just looked at me with wide, fearful eyes. I desperately tried to call the number back, once, twice, 3 times, but it never went through. Catherine told me to keep driving, which I ultimately did, but not before questioning her. She told me she was scared and that I couldn't blame her for hanging up, which I guess was fair. I drove off in silence, but I still couldn't understand why she'd hang up the phone. I don't know whether I was more furious or afraid. Part of me was expecting that number to call back, but after about 10 minutes, I felt like it was increasingly unlikely. At one point, I looked over at Catherine and saw tears in her eyes. She told me she didn't feel safe, which I empathized with. Something in the pit of my stomach gnawed at me, though. Catherine and I had been through enough in our relationship to know that trust didn't always come easily. There had been little things, white lies, half-truths, moments where I caught her being less than honest. I knew I was being paranoid, though. How could she possibly have done anything to do with this? The rest of the drive was silent. I didn't play the music again, and neither of us spoke. My mind was still spinning with a million unanswered questions. Who the hell was that guy? How did he know so much about me? Only my family knew where we were driving that night, and they'd never pull a stunt like this. I was 100% sure of it. I couldn't think of another explanation, though. Even when we finally pulled into Catherine's driveway, I didn't feel much better. It's been almost a month since this happened, and I have yet to get my answers. Neither of our family members were responsible. We asked all of them. Catherine swears she's just as clueless as I am, which leads me to believe the person on the other end of the phone call had sinister intentions. You might think I'm overreacting to a harmless prank, but I'm telling you, other than our family members, there are no people on Earth who knew Catherine and I would be driving that night. I've been really tense ever since. I can't help but brace myself every time my phone rings. I know he's going to call me again eventually. It's just a matter of time. Brace yourself for the literal terror I'm about to share with you. I don't even know if this is the place for a story like this, but I can't think of anywhere else to talk about it, and I just need to put it out there. I've told everyone under the sun about this. My family, my neighbors, my friends, random news outlets. It's never enough. I can't really explain it, but I feel some weird obligation to inform as many people as possible about what's been happening to me. So here goes. It's November of 2019 as I'm writing this. The story goes way back. I'm talking like 7 years plus. I can't tell you the exact year off the top of my head, but let's just say 2012. It might have been 2013, but that's my best guess. I was in my mid-20s with a stable job and girlfriend who's now my fiancée. I never went to college, so I had been in the workforce for a while, and it was unlikely that my life would ever experience any drastic change. Because of that, there was no reason for me to move far away from home, so I didn't. At that age, my girlfriend and I had just moved into my childhood home that my parents so graciously passed on to me as my first house. It's an extremely old brick house that my dad had actually inherited from his parents when he was around 40, so I'd be keeping it in the family. The house itself has seen a few rounds of renovations, but you can still tell it's old. It's the brick that gives it away. There are very few brick houses in our area, so it sticks out like a sore thumb. I kind of like that though, it feels special. Speaking of our area, we live in a very woodsy neighborhood, so the houses are spaced pretty far apart. Our house is also the last lot on our street, so instead of bordering the woods on just one side, we border it on two. The woods back there is massive, and I mean massive. As a kid, my brothers and I would often go exploring in there, but no amount of aimless wandering ever got us even close to charting the whole thing. I'm sure some people would find that intimidating, but I've always enjoyed the wilderness, so it wasn't a big deal to me. Plus, I'm a guy who likes keeping to myself. Always have, so being isolated in my own little corner of the earth was appealing. Anyway, my girlfriend and I had been living there for a few months when all this started happening. It was sometime in the winter. I can't remember the exact month. All I know is that there was snow on the ground. It was sometime after 8 in the morning on a Sunday, the one day a week I got to sleep in. As I was getting in my pickup truck to treat myself to a coffee like I do every Sunday morning, I noticed something odd. In the driveway, right next to my car, there was what looked like a trail of footprints in the snow. My first thought was that my girlfriend had somehow woken up before me without me hearing her, and she came out to the driveway for whatever reason. But the more I looked around, the more I realized that was impossible. The path led across my front yard and through the hole in our side yard fence, meaning the footprints had originated from somewhere in the woods. On top of that, the trail didn't lead anywhere near our house, meaning they couldn't have been created by my girlfriend. I remember standing there, confused as hell. The trail didn't lead around our house or up to any of the windows, just the driver's side door of my car. That meant someone had walked directly from the woods to my car, only to immediately turn around and walk straight back into the woods. It was bizarre. I ended up asking my girlfriend about it later that day, but she obviously wasn't responsible for it. I wish I could give you more details about that first instance, but it was so long ago that that's about as much as I remember. It must have been at least 2 winters after that when the next thing happened. I specifically remember it being 2015, because that was the year my Seahawks lost the Super Bowl to Tom Brady. I woke up that morning and walked to my car. I think it was a weekday, but I'm not positive. As soon as I stepped outside, I instantly knew something was very, very wrong. There were footprints everywhere. I'm talking in the driveway, near all the windows, around the perimeter of the house. The yard was completely covered in them. I'm a pretty level-headed guy, so I'm not going to say I started panicking, but I'd be lying if I said I was completely calm in that moment. I was already late for work, so I didn't have time to inspect the prints very closely, but I didn't want to leave my girlfriend in a potentially dangerous situation. I quickly ran around the house and yard to make sure no one was lurking on the property, but that was about all I could do in the limited time I had. As I was pulling out of the driveway, I texted my girlfriend about the situation so she wouldn't freak out. I ended up leaving work early that day, mostly because the situation was stuck on my mind. By the time I got home, my girlfriend had made some shocking discoveries. As soon as I pulled up, she beckoned me into the yard and pointed at one of the trails, saying it had been bothering her all day. At first, I was confused, but then I realized what she was talking about. None of the footprints had left any shoe marks. I felt like an idiot for not picking up on it sooner. Whoever had left the footprints had been walking around in their bare feet. I was at a loss for words. Who the hell would walk around barefoot in freezing cold temperatures? My girlfriend said
maybe what I should do is
some kind of animal, but the prints genuinely looked like 2 human.
I think what I'll do is just draw the
I
whole
went inside
thing,
and called my
and
dad.
then
He said he'd never experienced anything like that in all the
and then
years
just
living in that house.
warp it.
He told me to grab my rifle and try tracking down whoever had left the footprints. I really didn't want to, but I knew this kind of thing was my responsibility. My girlfriend wanted to call the police, but I knew that would be a waste of time. We had no evidence that a crime was committed, and I didn't think trespassing would warrant a search. I told her I'd call the police if I found something in the woods, and she agreed. Like I said before, that woods is its own world, so I told myself I'd turn back as soon as the sun started going down. I slung my rifle over my shoulder and headed out. I must have been following the trail for like 30 minutes when I noticed something really strange. Seemingly out of nowhere, the trail split into 2 diverging paths. I didn't know which one to follow. Hell, I didn't even know that was possible. I thought maybe whoever had left the trail had doubled back to confuse me, but then a scarier thought hit me. Was there more than one person out there? I was under the impression that I had been tracking one person this whole time. The possibility of multiple people had never even occurred to me. That was enough to shake me up, though. I wasn't fully comfortable knowing I could be outnumbered out there. I stood there a little while longer before deciding to turn around. It was getting dark anyway. As I was walking back, I couldn't help but think about those footprints. I felt like I would have noticed if 2 people were trying to walk in the same footprints. There's no way the person in the back could have done it without messing up at least once. And then I thought that maybe someone had walked backwards from deeper in the woods to make it look like there had been 2 people there the whole time. And then, obviously, there was the possibility that it was just one person who doubled back on himself. Maybe someone had been carrying another person on his back and just got tired. I really didn't know which explanation was the most disturbing. We did end up calling the police that night, but as I predicted, they told us there wasn't much they could do without definitive evidence of a crime. I told my girlfriend I was going into the woods again the next morning, but it snowed pretty heavily that night, so there were no prints to follow anymore. My girlfriend was obviously terrified, but there was literally nothing we could do. Luckily, that was the last thing that happened that winter. In fact, nothing happened for a few years after that. I would go as far as to say we had forgotten about the whole thing. A lot had happened since then. My girlfriend and I got engaged in that time frame, and we were focusing on other things. I wouldn't be writing this if the story ended there, though. What I'm about to tell you happened less than a year ago. It was just after the new year, so January of this year. One random morning, I woke up to footprints all over my property. Just like that, all the memories came flooding back. My fiancée actually broke down in our bedroom, asking me if we'd ever escaped this nightmare. I didn't know what to tell her. It was actually worse this time. There were footprints leading to my shed, and a bunch of tools were missing. God knows what else those people had done. I was furious. I called up my friend Theo, explained the situation, and asked him if he'd help me. He's a big wilderness guy, and a much more experienced hunter than I am, which is part of the reason I asked him for help. He agreed and drove over to my place a few hours later. My fiancée was worried sick, but I promised her that Theo and I would be able to handle ourselves. We dressed for the cold and geared up, knowing we might be out there for hours. The reason I wasn't worried about the darkness this time around was because Theo had this really expensive thermal scope for his AR-10, which would allow us to see in low visibility. I never spent that much money on hunting equipment, so I'd still be blind, but it was definitely comforting knowing at least one of us would be able to see. I won't sugarcoat it, I was pretty scared by the time we headed out. At first, Theo and I talked as we walked, but after 45 minutes, we were mostly silent. It's like the seriousness of the situation hit us both at the same time. I remember praying to God that I hadn't dragged Theo into some horrible situation. I'm not sure how long we walked after that, but eventually, the tracks once again split into 2 sets of footprints. We followed the one on the left for a few minutes, but at one point, the trail just stopped abruptly. We retraced our steps back to the split, and Theo made a comment about whoever left the tracks really didn't want to be followed. I didn't want to think about it, so we just kept following the footprints in silence. I'm not kidding you. There were at least 3 other dead ends that forced us to retrace our steps, wasting valuable daylight. I remember thinking how remarkable it was that someone could walk backwards so perfectly that a trail of footprints didn't look like it had been stepped on multiple times. I'm telling you, it wasn't normal. The one upside, which Theo pointed out to me, was the dead ends likely meant we were tracking just one person. Eventually, it started getting dark. We were really deep in the woods at that point. I didn't recognize my surroundings at all. The trail of footprints didn't diverge for a long time after that. Theo said whoever we were tracking had probably given up trying to make dead ends. Another 5 minutes or so passed, and the footprints started getting noticeably deeper. We were getting closer. At one point, another set of footprints appeared right alongside the original. Theo cursed and whispered that he had been wrong, and that we were probably tracking 2 people. The sun was basically all the way down now, so Theo was checking his scope every so often. The snow gave me some visibility, but I'll be honest, I probably would have turned around had it not been for Theo's scope. We were walking in complete silence. Out of nowhere, I felt Theo's arm reach against my chest, motioning me to stop. I looked at him, and he was looking straight ahead through his scope. I couldn't see what he was looking at, so I just kept looking at him. It looked like he was holding his breath. I had never seen him so still. After a good 20 seconds, he slowly made his way over to the nearest tree and crouched down. I followed suit, not even questioning why. He looked through his scope again, and I could see his hand begin to tremble slightly. Another 20 seconds of complete silence. I was dying of suspense, so I lightly tapped his shoulder. He lowered his rifle and silently handed it to me. I looked through the scope and had to fight back a scream. There were 4 figures huddled in the snow. At first I thought they were bears, but I quickly realized they weren't. They were human beings. 2 of them were large and hunched over, and the other 2 were smaller. The smaller ones were clinging to a nearby tree, wildly jerking their heads around. They were eating something. I couldn't make out faces or details. Thermal scopes don't give you that, but I could see enough to know they were naked. It was the most terrifying thing I have ever seen with my own 2 eyes. Eventually, the larger ones picked up the smaller ones from off the tree and placed them on their shoulders. They then began walking deeper into the woods. Theo and I sat under that tree for what felt like an hour. We didn't dare move until we were positive that there was no way those things could hear us. By the time we got back to the house, hours later, I was surprised to find my fiancée was still awake. She told me she couldn't sleep knowing I was out there and asked what we found. I told her in as minimal detail as possible, but she was still horrified. We called the police that night, who told us they'd search the woods the first thing the next morning. Theo agreed to stay the night so the 2 of us could assist the police in their search. The next morning, the police searched the woods with our help, but called it off after a few hours due to the partly covered up footprints. My fiancé demanded that they keep searching, but they said they couldn't sanction a huge search over some missing tools. I don't blame them, but it didn't feel like closure. Theo and I knew what we saw. Winter is fast approaching, and both my fiancé and I are worried those people are going to come back again. We're seriously considering moving, but haven't been able to get the ball rolling on that. I don't really know what to think. Like I said earlier, I've told everyone I can about what's been happening to us. It's literally been going on for years. None of my neighbors have ever experienced anything like this, which doesn't make sense to me. I don't know why my house is getting targeted or what those people even want. Some of my friends think they're harmless, but other people tell me I'm in grave danger. I think I'm gonna try and seal off my yard from the woods, but I don't know what else to do besides that. Hopefully we can move out soon. Last summer, I decided to tackle a major section of the Pacific Crest Trail. I've always loved hiking, especially solo trips. My plan was simple: park my car at the end of the section, hitch a ride to the trailhead, and hike back over the course of a little more than a week and a half. It sounded straightforward enough at the time. The first few days went smoothly, about how I expected. The trail was everything I'd hoped it would be. Endless stretches of towering trees and winding paths cutting through serene landscapes. I'm in pretty good shape, so I don't have to stop very frequently when I'm hiking. I'm obviously not going to hike in the dark though, so every night I had to pitch a tent to get some shut-eye. I've always preferred to keep a low profile, especially since solo hikers can attract attention. Because of that, I'd venture a little off the trail to set up my camp each night. I figured it was better that way, minimize the chance of a stranger stumbling across my campsite. Up until the 3rd night, everything was perfectly fine, but what I'm about to tell you is the reason why I'm taking an extended break from hiking or any kind of wilderness exploration for that matter. I woke up in the middle of the night with this odd sense that something was wrong. It was the kind of gut feeling you can't explain, but you know better than to ignore. I looked around my tent. Everything seemed normal inside, so I decided to have a look around the campsite. I drew my rifle, grabbed a flashlight, and unzipped the tent. There was no one out there, no one that I could see at least. I returned to my tent and started checking my pack. That's when I realized my wallet was gone. At first, I thought I'd just misplaced it, maybe left it outside the tent or buried it somewhere in my gear. But after tearing through everything, it was clear someone had taken it. My personal information, cash, credit cards, all of it. How is that even possible, though? Had someone broken into my tent just to steal that one thing and leave? It was unlikely, but randomly misplacing it was very uncharacteristic of me. I came to terms with the unfortunate conclusion that I had probably lost it myself. Things only got worse from there, though. Over the course of the next few days, I started to notice more things missing. Small items, seemingly random things. One of my lighters, my Swiss Army knife, a few energy bars. I knew I wasn't just misplacing everything. Someone was stealing my belongings. Part of me didn't want to believe it, but by the 4th day, it was undeniable. I was being stalked. There wasn't any cell coverage on that part of the trail, so it wasn't like I could alert someone about my situation. I remember contemplating turning back, but I'd only be saving myself a couple of days at best. There was no way I'd be able to hike either direction without sleeping, but I didn't feel comfortable pitching a tent in those woods with someone literally stalking me. It was a lose-lose situation. I remained calm and told myself there was a reason I had brought my rifle out there. And then it dawned on me, why hadn't that person stolen my gun? It's almost as if they were deliberately messing with me. That night, I tied my tent shut from the inside, hoping that would keep them out should they return. I tried to stay up for as long as possible, but I eventually fell asleep from pure exhaustion. My plan worked though, because when I woke up the next morning, there was no sign that anyone had been in my tent. By then, the paranoia had set in fully though. The solitude was getting to my brain, and every second of hiking was agonizing. I don't have anxiety, nor have I ever had it, but let me tell you, I've never felt worse in my life than I did over the next few days. Just imagine being in my position. No options but to continue hiking despite knowing someone's lurking not far behind. The anxiety was perpetual, and I was unraveling. I can't explain why or how, but my mind started playing tricks on me. A rustling in the bushes turned out to be nothing. A shadow flickering at the edge of my vision vanished the moment I turned my head. The hallucinations got worse. I can't remember most of them specifically, but the one that sticks out the most is this. As I was walking, I felt myself step into an ankle-deep puddle of water that almost caused me to trip. I literally heard the splash and felt the cold water soaking my sock, but when I looked down, the ground was completely dry. I stood there in complete shock. It felt so real. I had no choice but to continue down the trail. As bad as the days were, the nights were always worse. I tied my tent shut and slept next to my rifle, but nothing made the anxiety go away. At one point, I had to splash cold water on my face to calm myself down. The hallucinations mostly subsided after that. I'm not sure what I would have done if they had continued. The next night, I woke up to the sound of footsteps walking around my campsite. I quietly grabbed my rifle, preparing to confront whoever was there, but my body was frozen in fear. Eventually, the footsteps faded into the woods, but there was no way in hell I was going to sleep after that. As soon as the sun came up, I packed up camp in a frenzy, my hands shaking so badly I could barely tie my gear. I couldn't stay out there another night. I was so close, probably a day and a quarter's hike away from my car, maybe less if I moved quickly. I decided that I wouldn't be stopping to sleep that night, that I'd push through the night to get off the godforsaken trail as quickly as possible. I hiked for hours, as quickly as my body would let me go. When the sun started to set, I gritted my teeth and continued instead of pulling off to pitch my tent. By the time it was pitch black out, I was so close. Probably 2 hours away at most. I kept walking, flashlight in one hand, rifle in the other. I started second-guessing my decision. I had never hiked in the darkness before, and I was not prepared for how difficult it was. That in and of itself was scary enough. I kept going, trying to keep my breathing steady. About an hour passed. I was getting closer. And then, I heard it. Somewhere behind me, I was sure I heard footsteps. I spun around and flashed my light, and to my horror, I saw something slink behind a tree. The adrenaline took over, and I aimed my rifle at the tree. I demanded that they come out in a loud voice. The figure stepped forward. It was definitely a human, but when I tell you it was the most barbaric-looking thing I'd ever seen, I'm not exaggerating. Words cannot describe what I was looking at. He was wearing nothing but a pair of my shorts, which I hadn't even realized were missing. His skin was scratched up in several different places, and his face was covered in hair. He started walking towards me, even though I had my rifle aimed at him. Before I could think, I tapped off a warning round next to him. He jumped at the sound and instantly retreated, sprinting back into the woods. I was in shock. Without wasting another second, I turned around and went as fast as I could. By the time I made it out of the woods, I locked my car doors and called the police. When they finally showed up, they told me that I shouldn't stick around.
No
I needed to
shit.
be told twice. I was out of there that night. The craziest part of the whole thing, in my opinion, was the hallucinations. I didn't think such vivid hallucinations were even possible. It's going to be a long time before I go hiking again, and I can confidently say that when I do, I won't be alone. I would advise anyone planning on hiking the Pacific Crest Trail to be extremely cautious and carry a firearm. This experience is something I still think about often. I apologize in advance if I mess up any details about the story I'm about to tell. This is something that my best friend told me multiple times several years ago now. It's one of those stories so unsettling you can't shake it even after hearing it more than once. My friend's dad was a logger, specifically a tree saw operator. For those who don't know, a tree saw is a massive machine capable of cutting down giant trees and slicing them to specific lengths. His job meant long, grueling hours, often alone in the deep, secluded forests of the Pacific Northwest. The way his logging crew worked, he was paid based on the number of trees he cut down rather than the hours he worked, so he would often push himself to work 16 to 20-hour days to finish jobs as quickly as possible. After he and his coworker finished their part, the rest of the crew would come in to clear the felled trees and transport them to the mill. While he spent about half of his time working alone, the other half was spent with his friend Griffin, another tree saw operator. They used radios to communicate, especially when they worked on opposite ends of the same job site. A number of years ago, my friend's dad and Griffin were assigned to a remote job site high up on a mountain. It took the company over 3 weeks just to clear a road wide enough for their trucks and equipment to make it to the site. By the time they began work, they were positioned in an extremely desolate part of the mountain. They were already 10 days in, making good progress, when they started hearing strange chatter over their radios. At first the voices were muffled, just faint, static-laden murmurs that didn't make sense. They tried switching channels, but no matter what they did, the chatter followed them. Anyone who's used a standard radio knows how strange that is. It should be impossible for anyone to follow you when you're switching channels. As they progressed farther up the mountain, the voices became more distinct. They couldn't hear full conversations, but based on what they could hear, they both agreed that the tone of the conversation fragments felt off. My friend's dad said it sounded almost casual at times, but the content was unintelligible. They also started finding strange signs that people had been there before them. Random containers, footprints in the dirt, and small makeshift campsites. Like I said before, they were in a place so remote it was practically inaccessible, so these discoveries were deeply unsettling. No one should have been up there. One day, Griffin came across a tent hidden just off a trail and called my friend's dad over. They decided to investigate. Inside, they found a single sleeping bag and a duffel bag filled with the most disturbing things imaginable. Multiple pairs of children's underwear, duct tape, rope, and crude sketches of children being molested. There were even photos of a fresh apple indicating whoever owned it had been there recently. Griffin wanted to pack up and leave immediately. My friend's dad, ever the workaholic, insisted they finish the job. They agreed to limit radio communication to emergencies only and decided to keep working. That night, they sat in the camper, unable to shake the dread that hung over them. The radio crackled to life again, and this time they could make out snippets of a conversation between two men. They were talking about mundane things, collecting water and firewood, but the realization that these men were likely connected to the tent freaked my friend's dad out. Griffin wasn't as fazed, but my friend's dad was losing it. The next night, my friend's dad decided to confront them. When he heard the men talking about gathering bush for a fire, he grabbed the radio and demanded to know who they were and what they were doing there. The radio went silent immediately, and the men didn't respond. That silence was almost more unnerving than the chatter. Griffin was upset that my friend's dad had announced their presence, and the two of them got into a brief argument before deciding they'd escalate the situation the next day. Around midnight, Griffin shook my friend's dad awake, whispering that someone was outside the camper. The first thing he noticed was the soft sound of footsteps crunching on the gravel outside. Heart pounding, he fumbled for his gun, only to realize it wasn't loaded. He had no idea where his ammunition was. Griffin was unarmed, and the idea of calling the police was laughable given their location. They both sat frozen as they heard the camper door handle jiggle. The door creaked open, but didn't fully swing inward. Their camper was high off the ground, and there was no ladder or stool to climb up. Then came the scratching. Long, deliberate scratches along the outside of the door. 4 agonizing minutes passed. Finally, my friend's dad nodded at Griffin, signaling he was going to check it out. He moved quietly toward the door, gripping a flashlight in his shaking hand. Just as he reached the door, it burst open, and he was struck across the face with a knife. His pain was blinding. He fell out of the camper, hitting the ground hard. Before he could recover, a man was on top of him, pressing the knife against his neck. Another man appeared, kicking him repeatedly in the head. Griffin, without hesitation, leapt out of the camper and tackled the man with a knife. The second man bolted into the darkness, and the one Griffin had tackled scrambled to his feet and followed. They disappeared into the forest. Griffin helped my dad's friend back into the truck, and they drove 2 hours to the nearest hospital. It was bad. His face was a bloody mess, and there was a cut across his eye so severe it permanently damaged his vision. They reported the attack to the police, but nothing came of it. 2 weeks later, as the rest of the logging crew finished the job, one of their coworkers was found bound, gagged, raped, and murdered in a ditch. No arrests were ever made. To this day, my friend's dad struggles with PTSD. His right eye, with its disfigured pupil, constantly reminds him of that night. I'm sure he hasn't had a full night of restful sleep since. I've been terrified of deep woods for a long time now, mostly because of my friend's dad's experience. I haven't heard from my friend or his dad in years now, so I can only hope he's doing all right.
Mm.
My family has a little vacation home in Colorado. My parents are avid skiers, which was the motivating factor behind that purchase. The home has been in the family since before I was born. It's definitely showing its age in a lot of ways, but it's also like 40 years old. It's not gonna look new. My dad's had to do a lot of upkeep on the place over the years. It's still in our family today, and it's really on its way out at this point. My dad talks about knocking it down and putting up a new place, but I don't really get involved in his decision. This story takes place like 15 years ago when I was 8 and my brother was 11. We were up in Colorado during a blizzard. The snowfall was insane, and of course, my brother and I had to go out and play in it. The great thing about going up there when we were kids was the sheer amount of space. The property has a huge opening with woods surrounding in all directions. There's a dead-end road that goes downhill which leads to a few more, almost equally big properties. It's the perfect layout for hide-and-seek or snowball fights or any number of games like that. My brother Josh and I went out in our snow gear to play our snowball fight game with our own little custom rules. Basically, we'd set up 2 forts. We could pick our forts to be anywhere, but we had to tell each other where we were picking. We would then make one giant snowball as the so-called jewel that we'd have to successfully steal from the other base and bring back to ours. Josh chose to make his base on the nearest neighboring property. There was almost never a car, like 9 times out of 10 that we'd go there, so we'd often play games on their property too since they were never there. What we'd do is build little walls to emulate a fort, and then put the big snowball behind the walls. So to get to each other's bases in this game, we could either cut through the woods or take the road up or down to get to the opposite fort. Once Josh ran down the road and disappeared, I was supposed to wait for him to blow the whistle to signal that the game began. I waited for a while, like a long while, over 5 minutes. He had already set up his fort by then, so all he had to do was get back down there and blow the whistle. When it hit around maybe the 10-minute mark is when I decided I probably just couldn't hear the whistle from there, so I started plotting my route. Was it better to go through the woods or down the road? I opted for the road because, honestly, going through the woods during a blizzard at 8 years old was a scary thought. I started trudging through the unplowed snow on the ground as flakes of snow blew into my face. With the amount of layers my mom made me put on, though, I wasn't cold at all. As I approached the driveway to the neighboring property, I looked through the trees and didn't see Josh over there. With all the brush and trees bare in the winter, it was quite easy to see through the woods. So I cut into the property through the trees to kind of sneak in, but Josh was literally nowhere in sight. I saw his fort, so I looked around, and when I could confirm he wasn't anywhere in sight, I approached his fort to grab the jewel. Before I could, I heard a woman's voice yelling out, "Excuse me, are you looking for your brother?" I turned in the direction it came from, and it was an older woman at the front door of the neighbor's house. I called back that we're playing a game. She responded with, "Your brother's in here." I was very confused. I started walking towards the front steps of the house, and as I got closer, the woman's face got clearer. To my 8-year-old mind, she looked a lot older than she probably was. As I got closer to the house, I noticed at one of the upstairs windows, there was someone looking out at me. For a second, I actually thought it was Josh. It was someone with half their face covered, presumably by a black beanie, and the bottom part of their face covered under the bottom of the window. I also noticed another trail of footprints leading to the front door. They had to be Josh's. The woman was giving me a very creepy smile. I remember that feeling of my heart dropping for some reason. She waved me inside to come in and get out of the cold. I stopped dead in my tracks and screamed, "Josh," but there was no response. The woman stopped smiling. She didn't expect me to do that. I also noticed that the other trail of footprints was doubled over. If it was Josh, his footprints turned around and headed back towards the woods. I then heard heavy footsteps from inside the house. They sounded like they were upstairs coming down. I started to run. The woman screamed something at me or someone else that I didn't understand. I looked back once at the house, and that face that was upstairs at the window before was no longer there. I ran off the property back on the road, running through my previous footsteps. I started to hear my dad's whistling from up the hill, the whistling he'd do to get my brother and I home at dinner time. When I made it back to our driveway, my dad and Josh were there already, having been on their way to get me. Before I could even try to explain what just happened, Josh was already telling me that there were people in the neighbor's house telling him to come inside. I said the same exact thing happened to me, so my dad went down there with some kind of weapon in his hand while we waited in the home with our mom. He came back after a long while and said that the front door was locked and no one was answering, so we went to another neighbor's house, and they knew the owners of the house and they called them. This part still gives me chills whenever my dad mentions what he was told. The owners of that house were not there that weekend. Nobody was supposed to be in the house. The cops were called and everything, and my brother and I did have to speak to one of the officers on scene to describe the woman. After that, we were no longer involved. According to my dad, the back door was unlocked and the house was investigated, which turned up nothing. For this reason, my parents took home any extra valuable things in fear of a break-in while we were gone. After that day, we steered clear of playing on that property, just from the creepiness factor of that memory alone. Thank God we didn't go in that house. I've been skiing for as long as I've been able to walk. My parents used to ski competitively. That's actually how they met. So it was really important to them that my siblings and I learned as early as possible. Fast forward about 20 odd years, and that's how old I am now. This story happened to me a few winters ago when I was 21 years old. I was a senior in college. Everyone knows the best skiing accessible to the Northeast is Vermont. It was going to be a trip like any other. It was me, Jaden, Rylan, and Amir. I can't remember for the life of me what mountain we were skiing that trip, as Jaden had booked the whole thing and Rylan was driving. What I do remember was that it was massive, with like 7 skis covering all the different peaks. If I had to guess, it was Killington. We skied nearly 2 full days, and I'm sure there were still trails we missed. That's how big it was. It was the second day. After skiing the day before, we had a pretty good grasp on the trails we enjoyed, so this day would mostly be about testing ourselves and pushing the limits, as per tradition. I'd also be lying if I said we didn't have a handful of fireball shooters to liven things up. We were having an extremely enjoyable trip. The double blinks never got boring, and racing down each slope was its own little game. We had maybe an hour left until the lifts closed. We were all exhausted, but we knew as soon as we hit the road to head home, we'd instantly miss the mountain again. We were contemplating how we would end the trip at the top of the lift, when two girls without their helmets made their way over to us. Now, this might sound a little odd to some people, but I wouldn't be doing this story justice if I left out this detail. The girls, one brunette and one blonde, were drop-dead gorgeous, and I don't say that in any type of strange way. They were just objectively two of the most beautiful women I'd ever seen in person. It was disarming. They introduced themselves as Taylor and Devin, and we started making small talk. They basically told us that they were bored because the mountain was full of older folk, which was actually something I had remarked to my friends about the day before, so it made sense why they approached us. A group of young guys that seemed around their age. Devin seemed like a really seasoned skier, as she kept asking Amir all these technical questions about his skis. Him and Rylan actually own their own expensive skis as opposed to renting like Jaden and I always did, which the girls seemed to be impressed with. Taylor made a comment about our shooters, and we jokingly told them that the alcohol unlocked our true ski potential or something dumb like that, which they found funny. To our surprise, Devin pulled out an unmarked bottle and taunted us, calling us bitches for sticking to a drink as tame as Fireball. The four of us welcomed the challenge and happily swigged some of their bottle, which I could tell sent Rylan a little over the edge. He tends to drink more than he could handle, so this wasn't too surprising. I made a note not to drink too much because something about this whole situation just rubbed me the wrong way. I still had trouble believing that these two girls would want anything to do with some dumb kids like us, especially since we were all wearing helmets and our faces weren't exactly visible. Things were going really well though. Amir was being his usual overly flirtatious self, but Taylor seemed like she was into it, so I didn't complain. I figured we were just going to spend the remainder of our time on the slope with these girls, which I didn't really mind too much. Hell, maybe they knew something we could do after the slopes closed. Just then, Devin asked us if we had skied down a trail called Devil's Forest, a name which I definitely didn't recognize. Our other friend Chase would have had the trail map memorized as he's literally a walking GPS, but he wasn't with us. We told them we hadn't, and they explained that it was a glade trail that's a little obscure and rarely open. For those who don't know, glades are basically trails that extend in between trees so that you're skiing through a forest. We actually enjoyed skiing glades more than anything else, so this Devil's Forest trail piqued our interest. We told them we were game, and they motioned for us to follow them. We reached a choke point on our skis, and they told us to take them off because we had to walk slightly uphill for a short while. I could tell we were in a relatively desolate part of the mountain, as the snow was perfectly fresh and there was no one around. The thought of an adventure was kind of invigorating though, so I thought nothing of it. Drunk and curious, we clipped our skis off and followed the girls up the mountain. Amir and Rylan ran ahead, presumably to flirt some more with them, and Jaden and I hung back a little bit to give them some space. As we followed, I could tell Jaden looked a little wary, so I asked him what was on his mind. I like to think of us as the rational, level-headed ones in the group. Amir was too unpredictable and impulsive, and Rylan would follow a girl if she let him off a cliff. Jaden said that it was weird that this supposed trail would be inaccessible from a ski lift, which I agreed with. I had never had to walk uphill to reach a trail before. We agreed to just keep a keen eye on things. What could two girls do to a group of four big guys anyway? They led us into the forest, and the terrain finally started leveling out. Jaden and I caught up with the group, and it was apparent that Rylan and Amir had both made considerable progress. Rylan had his arm around Devin, who was smiling and laughing. They pointed in the same direction we had been traveling, which had all of a sudden become a downward slope. I sighed, knowing this was another instance where we could have used Chase's help. He would have known exactly where we were and where this trail would have led. Jaden was still skeptical and asked the girls if they were sure that this was a real trail. They responded yes and told us that it would also take us right back to the lifts. Before I could say anything, Devin pulled the bottle out again and told us we had to finish it. Amir and Rylan happily took some hefty swigs, but when the bottle got around to Jaden, he said he was drunk enough. As soon as he spoke, I could have sworn Devin's smile became a really angry scowl for a split second, but by the time I blinked, she was smiling again. I must have been the only one to notice because I looked around at my friends and their expressions were all normal. She put on a seductive smile and batted her eyes at Jaden, asking him nicely. He reluctantly grabbed the bottle, if just to shut her up. By the time it got to me, I put the bottle up to my mouth, but didn't actually drink. Everything about this encounter was triggering alarm bells suddenly in my head. I handed the bottle back to Devin, who put it away. I noted that neither girl drank this time around. It dawned on me that I hadn't seen either one of them drink anything this whole time. I checked my phone, half an hour until the lifts closed. I tried to come up with some excuse for why we couldn't ski this trail, saying that we wouldn't have enough time to get back up and down the mountain to where we had parked. The girls insisted that we'd have enough time and that the lifts were connected on the bottom anyway. Then, without warning, they told us that we were wasting too much time and took off toward the slope, telling us to follow them if we could. Amir and Rylan immediately followed, clearly hoping for a favorable outcome at the bottom. Jaden and I obviously didn't want to, but figured we had no choice but to follow, so that's what we did. I let Jaden lead the way, because after all, this was still a challenging looking slope, and skiing in the forest is no joke. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but when we made it to the bottom, I was relieved. The four of them were at the bottom of the slope, laughing and flirting like they had been before. Jaden and I caught up with the group, but something was wrong. There wasn't a lift in sight. We were still surrounded by forest on all sides. I sternly asked the girls where the lift was, and they told me to stop worrying and that it was close by. Then they said they'd take us there in a few minutes. I relaxed a little, assuming that I was worried this whole time about nothing. As I was rubbing my eyes, I heard a distinct thump in the snow. I opened them to see Rylan, who was literally passed out on his back in the snow. The girls laughed, calling him a lightweight, but I could tell it was more serious than that. Before I could even react, Amir slumped over too. I started freaking out, and I rushed over to them, unclipping my skis. I thanked my lucky stars that they seemed to be breathing normally, but I was beyond horrified. Jaden took a step towards the girls, asking them what the hell was going on. They seemed genuinely shocked, saying they have no idea what was wrong. Jaden took another step before he too passed out in the snow. I stared in shock, still trying to wrap my head around the gravity of the situation. I just couldn't fathom that this was happening to us. My head started spinning, and I was sure that I was next. The girls had stopped pretending by now, and they looked at me like they were waiting for me to pass out. I felt myself getting dizzy, so I sat down in the snow, even though I wanted to stay on my feet. I demanded to know what they had given us. They didn't respond or even move for that matter. I yelled at them over and over again, but they still didn't react. I wanted to get up, but I quite literally couldn't stand. I didn't pass out though. I kept my eyes open the whole time. Eventually, Taylor turned to Devin and said something along the lines of he must have not drank enough. She looked more pissed off than anything. Devin cursed before telling Taylor that they had to go. I was still frozen. After unclipping their skis, I watched them take Amir and Rylan's skis before trudging off into the woods. I had to do something, but my body still felt numb. I couldn't just let them walk off with my friend's skis. I knew they wouldn't be able to move that fast carrying 2 sets of skis each, especially through the snow. Another few minutes passed, and I started to regain control of my body. I stumbled after their tracks in the snow, but it was actually freakish how far they'd gotten, even with all that added weight. Eventually, I turned a bend and saw them in the distance, way ahead of me. I figured as long as I kept them in sight, I'd be able to track them down. I followed for a couple minutes, and that's when things got crazy. The forest gave way to a clearing, which I could see turned into a road. We must have literally been on the opposite side of the ski mountain, which made sense looking back. That's when I noticed the van parked in the distance. I stopped in my tracks at the edge of the woods. The side of the van opened, and 4 big-looking dudes stepped out to intercept the girls. The girls motioned for the guys to get back in the van, and one of them turned and pointed directly at me. That's when I realized I was in too deep, and also felt like an idiot for leaving my helpless friends unconscious in the woods. The guys from inside the van seemed to be debating whether or not they should leave or chase me, and I wasn't waiting another second. I started wobbling back the way I came, knowing I'd be able to find my friends on the account of the tracks I left behind in the snow. I found them, still passed out. I figured Jaden had had the least to drink, so I tried shaking him awake first. After a couple of handfuls of snow to the face, he was awake enough to talk. I told him what had happened, still in shock. We tried waking Amir and Rylan up, but had no luck. Jaden and I figured we had no better option than praying those guys didn't decide to track us down, but they never came. I might not be telling this story if they had. We waited about an hour for our friends to wake up, and when they finally did, we told them everything. We had a million questions. Who were those girls? Who were those other guys? What were they going to do to us? It was chilling imagining what could have happened had I not been quick enough to pretend to drink. Best case scenario was that we would have just woken up robbed, but even that would have been horrible. Something tells me that no one would go to those extremes just to rob some broke college-looking kids. Besides, who really keeps valuables on them when skiing? I guess Amir and Ryland's expensive skis were worth stealing, but it still felt like overkill. Plus, how would they have even known that we had expensive skis with us as opposed to renting? Things didn't make sense. Finding the car was hell. Reporting it to the police was hell. The drive back home was hell. The people running the mountains swore they'd identify those people, but we obviously had to get back on the road and couldn't verify that. The police took it a little more seriously and told us we'd be updated should anything come up. I think it even made local news, but it's been years now, and they obviously never found everything. To this day, we have no idea what kind of roofie they even gave us. Nothing online described anything that was so effective so quickly, especially in a moderately small amount. Our best guess was that the substance was a mix of drugs, which makes sense because all my friends were feeling kind of woozy after they woke up. Those girls and whoever else was behind the whole thing were some sick people. I can only hope it was just an elaborate robbery and nothing more sinister. This is gonna sound a little weird, but bear with me.
Oh, hello.
Friends Kyle
Sorry.
and I have this little tradition of walking out onto this frozen lake a few towns over. It's not some grand event or anything, we just do it for fun. There's something about the
If you're still here, sorry, I was just drawing.
Quiet stillness that feels almost
chat.
otherworldly. It's just one of those
My
simple
chat on this monitor.
Call us weird, but we can never get enough of the serenity. If you've ever been out in nature by yourself with the only sound being the gentle patter of snowflakes, you know what I'm talking about. It feels like you've got a piece of nature all to yourself. The photos always turn out great too, which is a huge plus for a couple of edgy guys like us. This happened this past winter. It's April as I'm writing this, so about 4 months ago now. I know what you're probably thinking, but don't worry, none of us fell through the ice. That's not what this story is about. It was snowing pretty heavily that night, which was the main reason we decided to go. It had been consistently below freezing for a couple of weeks too, so we were relatively confident the lake was completely frozen over. I'd personally take winter over summer any day of the week. I bet all my friends would agree. There are about a million reasons why, but one of them is as simple as the snowfall itself. First of all, it's just pretty. What I like most about it, though, is that you'll never find yourself in complete darkness. Even after sunset, the world isn't entirely dark. The light reflecting off the white snow blends day and night, so you're left with this really surreal feeling that doesn't arise from anything else. The moon was also pretty full that night, so that feeling was amplified. Kyle was driving that night. He had a pickup that handled pretty well in the snow, so we just played it safe and let him drive, even though Ricky was usually the one who chauffeured us around. The lake itself is surrounded by a thin forest, so we couldn't actually drive all the way to the water's edge. I don't think forest is the right word. It's really just a cluster of sparsely scattered trees, but it's more than enough to prevent a car from driving through. We parked in a nearby lot and got out of the car. It was freezing out. The three of us bundled up and walked toward the lake. I didn't smoke at the time, I still don't, but Ricky and Kyle both do, so they lit a couple of cigarettes as we walked. I think it was after midnight, but I can't say for sure. All I remember is that there wasn't a soul out there. Not an animal, not a person, nothing. No movement whatsoever besides the three of us. We reached the lake, and as we anticipated, it seemed completely frozen over. The three of us were laughing about something stupid when Kyle picked up a small boulder and chucked it onto the ice, testing its integrity. It didn't even crack, so we took that as an indication to make our way towards the middle of the lake. We obviously didn't go super far on the ice, that would have been careless, but we did venture a decent ways away from the ledge. We were maybe 100 feet out when something caught our attention. On the far side of the lake, near the edge where the trees bordered the ice, something big and dark was moving. We stopped talking immediately. We just stopped in our tracks, watching. Whatever it was large, hunched over, and moving slowly toward the lake. Finally, we realized what we were looking at. It was a bear. Ricky was the first to say something. He whispered, "Is that a bear?" as quietly as he could. I didn't answer. My heart was already racing. If it was a bear, the last thing we wanted to do was draw its attention. We stood there, frozen, not even daring to breathe too loudly. But then, as the figure moved closer, something felt off. The way it walked wasn't quite right. Too upright. Too human. It also looked like there was something dragging behind it. Nothing about it made sense. It was one of the most bizarre things I'd ever seen. And that's when it straightened up completely, and we realized the truth all at once. It wasn't a bear. It was a person. A person wearing some kind of bear suit. Kyle said, "What the hell," in a low voice, and I was thinking the same exact thing. I know it doesn't sound scary in a generic sense, but if you had been there, you would have been terrified too. I tried to respond, but the words wouldn't come. I don't know if I was more afraid or confused, but something told me to stay quiet. The figure kept moving toward the ice, dragging something behind him. At first, it was hard to tell what it was. The snow blurred the details, but as he got closer, I realized he was holding a rope that was attached to the thing he was dragging, and a few moments later, we could see it more clearly. It was a small black bag. It looked like a smaller sized garbage bag, if they even made those. Either way, it was chilling. We stood there, unsure of what to do. My mind was screaming at me to turn around and leave, but my body felt paralyzed. I couldn't move. I don't think Ricky and Kyle were too keen on turning around and leaving either, because neither one of them flinched. I probably wouldn't have left right then, even if I hadn't been so scared. I needed to know what that person was doing. And then, as if the situation couldn't get any stranger, the man unzipped and stepped out of the bear suit. Seeing him as a person didn't make things any better. He wasn't particularly large or intimidating, but there was something unsettling about him. We watched as he bent down, presumably to pick up a rock, but I couldn't tell from so far away. And then the sounds started. He knelt down, holding what looked like a rock, and began repeatedly slamming it into the ice. It might have been placebo, but I swear I could feel the vibration in the ice even from the distance. He was trying to break through, most likely to dispose of whatever was in that bag. Ricky tapped my shoulder, and I turned to see him and Kyle moving back towards solid ground. Without a word, I followed suit, and the three of us tried to move quickly without making too much noise. Every step felt deafening in the quiet, even though I knew there was no way that guy could hear the crunch of snow from that far away. We barely made it a few yards when a voice yelled out, "Hey," from behind us. I didn't even look back. I just started running, praying that guy didn't have a gun. The cold didn't help. I found myself starting to get winded after not even a minute of running. I don't know if he followed. I don't think he did, but in that moment, we were in full-on panic mode. We reached the edge of the lake, and at that point, I was gasping for breath. After a very short break, we made our way back to the car silently, and Kyle drove off immediately. None of us had any idea what we had just seen. Kyle said it was probably someone dumping their trash, but I told him that was ridiculous. Who in their right mind would dress up in a bear suit in the middle of the winter to illegally dump their trash? There was no way. Ricky said it was definitely someone dumping a body, but I told him the bag was way too small for that. The three of us talked about it the whole ride home, but we couldn't agree on a definite explanation. We never got an answer. The reason I'm thinking about this now is because my mom was watching TV the other day and an old missing persons report popped up on the screen. It was a child from around our area, and the timeline of his disappearance matched up pretty closely with what we had seen on that lake. I'm not jumping to conclusions. I know it's a long shot and probably just an unfortunate coincidence, but I can't help but wonder if those two things are somehow related. By the time you're hearing this, we've probably reported our sighting to the police.
I was staying at a cabin in Canada. It's a family-owned lodge, nothing too big or fancy, just something my grandparents built and kept up with. So every now and again, someone in the family would enjoy a getaway there. This was just after the new year. I planned to stay 3 nights at the cabin. It was out in the middle of nowhere on some off-the-grid property that I had to get to by snowmobile, which was normal around this time of year. When I got there, I fired up the wood heater and set up my stuff in the bedroom. Within just 30 minutes, I started to feel the sense of relief that I was hoping for. Time felt to move slower out here, and there was nothing to crowd my mind with. I could just lay back and enjoy the peace and quiet. The rest of that day and night was nice. I got up in the morning at sunrise, making breakfast on top of the wood stove. Then I bundled up to head outside and grab more wood. When I opened the front door, I was taken aback. There were footprints in the snow, coming right up to the cabin. I immediately stepped outside and looked around. Then I followed them for a while. They led into the woods, with no signs of going toward the road, which was several miles away. How could they be way out here and not have taken a snowmobile? And why were they out here to begin with? I was really confused, especially with them having to have come up to the cabin during the middle of the night. Otherwise, I would have heard them in the morning. I got wood from the shed and brought it inside. I debated leaving, but I figured if they came by and didn't do anything, then it must have been an accident. Not to mention how much of a hassle it was to get to and from the cabin. It just would have made this trip a huge waste to leave now. I sat by the fire and just kept a lookout for the next couple hours. I didn't see anything. As the sun got higher and the temperature got warmer, I threw my jacket back on and wanted to go for a walk in the woods to pass the time. I decided I might as well take the opportunity to see if the footprints led anywhere. Maybe I'd find another cabin or something, which would put my mind at ease. I followed them into the woods. I walked for probably 20 minutes, not passing any signs of anything. It was just one continuous trail of prints in the snow going through the woods, until I suddenly heard something ahead of me. I whipped my head up and looked ahead. It was suddenly quiet, and everything was still, just endless trees and snow. I knew what I heard was the crunch of a footstep. There was no mistaking it. I felt goosebumps all over my body, as I knew someone was out there in front of me, having to be hiding behind one of the trees. They probably just noticed me and quickly hid, maybe 10 or 15 feet from where I was. "Hello? Is someone out there?" There was no response, not even the slightest sound. As the tension grew, I felt like I had to do something. I decided to turn around and run back to the cabin. I packed everything as quickly as I could, locked up the cabin, and took the snowmobile back to the road. I don't know what happened at that cabin, or what was going to happen, but I have no doubt that that person in the woods was the same person who came by in the middle of the night. Them being on the way back to my cabin only shows that it was no accident. I haven't been back to the cabin after that. Every year, around the end of February, me and my good friend Justin take a camping trip to the same place. We both did a lot of backpacking and camping, but there was always something different and nice about camping in a snowy forest. With the right gear, it wasn't all that unsafe either. This year, we got there and set up our tents, built up a campfire, and enjoyed a couple drinks around the flames. It wasn't really that long after we got there that we suddenly heard something horrifying. It was this dark scream in the distance, echoing across the landscape. It only lasted a few seconds, then it went quiet again. Both of us jumped up from our chairs though, startled by it. It sounded too far for us to even have a chance at seeing who it was, but we looked in that direction anyway. Justin seemed to think that it had to be an animal just making an eerily human sound, because there was no way someone else was out here. I was pretty sure it had to be a person, but either way, we didn't really know what to do about it, other than wait and see if we heard it again. A while passed, and nothing else came. The sun started to set, and the temperature started dropping. We grabbed some more wood to put into the fire, and made food. But then, again, out of nowhere, that scream sounded. It was closer, like maybe only 200 feet away from where our camp was. Justin and I looked at each other, both thinking that we should probably check it out before the sun was fully set. I grabbed my knife just in case, and we both bundled up and headed into the woods. We tried to walk cautiously, unsure what exactly we were walking up on. We had maybe gotten 150 feet out, when we heard it one more time from almost right next to us. I stopped and stared in that direction, but there was nothing there. I glanced at Justin, and he seemed as worried as I was. We must have stood still and waited there for nearly 5 minutes before Justin started slowly stepping forward again. He passed a few trees when he suddenly stopped, and I could sense the fear through his body language. I stepped up next to him, and I almost threw up. There was a deer carcass laying in the snow, definitely having been put down recently. Then I felt Justin's hand tap on my shoulder. I lifted my gaze up, and standing across the forest, there was a person. He was just standing there, wearing hardly any winter clothing, and he was watching us, almost like he was observing us. Justin tapped on my shoulder harder, and I understood what he meant. Both of us left and hurried back to our camp. We didn't even speak as we packed our things in a rush and got out of the area. I don't think there's an explanation for what we saw, or who that was out there, or even if that was the person we heard screaming. After that, we stopped going to our camping spot and settled on a different area, hoping to never come across something like that again. It was the day before Christmas Eve. I had hopped in my car to do a few DoorDash deliveries, hoping the holiday season would bring in some better tips. It was around 11 p.m. when I got this order. It was a normal one, just a bag of food to drop off at their house. Most of my previous orders were actually grocery deliveries, probably because stores would be closing up for the next 2 days. The address on this one was far though, farther than I'd usually be willing to drive, but with not many other orders coming through, I took it anyway. It was lightly snowing outside, and the roads were very quiet, making the drive peaceful. The house was not in an average neighborhood though. When I pulled up to what I thought was going to be the entrance to the neighborhood, it was actually just a thin path through the trees, with a small cabin-looking home at the end. I pulled down and parked, getting out with the food. I walked up to the door and gave it a few knocks. Inside, I could hear chatter, like a group of people laughing and talking over each other. It sounded like so many people, I was actually confused on how they could all fit in such a small cabin. There was also something strange about the way it sounded that just didn't seem right. Something was off. Then the door opened. A man stood in front of me, and the contrast to what I expected had me put off for a second. The inside of the house was still, motionless, Nobody was running around, and most of the lights weren't even on. And yet, the sound of a huge holiday party was coming from the small room at the end of the hallway. The man smiled at me. "Why don't you come bring the food inside? They'll
Yeah,
be
buddy.
to you." That was an odd thing to say. I began stuttering, trying to say no and make up an excuse, but the man interrupted. "They just want to thank you for working during the holidays. You'll be glad you stopped by." All the while he was saying these strange and honestly creepy things, the chatter in the back of the cabin continued until it suddenly cut out. Just like that, the cabin was quiet. It was like a recording or tape had stopped playing. The man looked back for a moment, clearly not expecting that to happen, and before he could do anything, I dropped the bag on the porch and ran back to my car. I got in and drove away. I stopped doing deliveries for the night and just stayed home for the rest of the holidays. I know nothing actually happened at that cabin, but it's how disturbingly strange everything was, and the thought of what could have happened that still freaks me out. It was the day after Christmas, and I worked at a small family-owned grocery store as an overnight stalker. I'm not even sure why I was scheduled this night, because we were closed for Christmas, and it was probably really slow during the day, so there wasn't much for me to do as far as stalking. I spent the first hour filling what little needed to be filled on the shelves, but then I kinda just wandered around. As I was walking past the front of the store, I noticed a person outside, unusually close to the building for this time of night. It looked like he was just walking around, but he quickly noticed me looking at him, and instead of going away, he came closer to the window. He didn't say anything or try knocking, he just stared at me. I felt really uneasy and wasn't sure what to do. After a few seconds of him not looking away, I turned and walked away from the window. I guess I was just trying to play it off, like I wasn't bothered. That was very strange though, like no normal person acts like that. I waited a few minutes before going back to the front of the store and looking out the window. He was gone. I sighed in relief, then continued walking around the store to pass the time. I was just weaving in and out of the aisles, fixing up some of the shelves. Maybe 10 minutes had passed when I rounded the corner at the end of one of the aisles and immediately stopped walking. There were several boxes that had fallen off the shelves and were scattered on the floor. They weren't small things either that could have just tipped over. They had to have been knocked down or moved by someone. Just as I was trying to process it, I heard something from down the aisle. A soft but deep and eerie laugh, like a man quietly laughing right around the end of the aisle. It almost sounded unnatural, like a grown adult giggling like a child. Part of me thought about going to confront him, but when I remembered the man I saw by the window, they were fairly big and could have had something hidden in their jacket. I ran to the front and out the doors, getting in my car and calling the police. They pulled in 10 minutes later, and the man inside the store was gone. We later got hold of the security tapes and saw him find a way in through a side door, and as he hid behind the aisle, laughing at me, he held a knife in his hand, some kind of small switchblade. Cops think he wasn't sober, and I don't disagree, but I also don't think it changes anything. I could have died that night if things had gone any differently. It was New Year's Eve. I was never a big party person, but on big nights like these, I almost always got peer pressured into going out. This year, my friend was hosting a party at his place. He was kind of known as the rich friend because he had a big house with land and everything. My buddy Trav picked me up around 9 and we drove to the party. There were maybe 20 or 30 people there. Nothing too crazy, but enough to get me drinking more than I should have. We played some drinking games and watched the ball drop, and overall, it was a good time. Around 3 a.m. though, I was ready to leave, but I found Trav passed out on a bed upstairs. Figuring he, and probably nobody else here, was sober enough to drive, I went outside and ordered an Uber. It said they were 10 minutes away, so I sat down on the curb at the end of the driveway and waited. His house wasn't really near any big roads. It was kind of away from everything. Nice and quiet, which was good for me to relax after a night like that. I just sat there and curled up under my jacket and waited for the ride for what felt like only 4 or 5 minutes when a car pulled up. "Uber?" the guy called out. I jumped up and got in, kind of startled by how I'd lost track of time like that. I guess I really was wasted. I got settled in the back seat and he started driving. The man looked like he was 50-ish, with short dark hair and a thick beard. "Big party tonight?" he asked. "Oh, yeah, I guess so," I responded, though I wasn't much in the mood for small talk. He glanced at me in the mirror, and something about the look he gave me just made me uncomfortable. I really don't know why. At the time, I thought I was just overthinking it. I put my head back and closed my eyes, trying to rest for the remainder of the ride. But only a minute later, my phone dinged. I opened my eyes, immediately making eye contact with the driver in the mirror. He was already looking at me. I awkwardly glanced away and pulled my phone out. My stomach tightened and my face went pale. It was a message from the Uber app, a text saying the driver just arrived at the pickup location, and a following text from the driver asking where I was. I looked back up at the mirror. The man's eyes were locked on me. I put my phone back in my pocket, leaned my head back, and closed my eyes again. Inside, I was freaking out and terrified, but I tried to play it off like I didn't know anything. 30 seconds later, I felt the car slowing down, and when I peeked out the window, I saw we were at an intersection with a red light. As soon as the car stopped, I opened the door and jumped out. Midway through getting out, he started driving, which made me fall on the pavement, but I got up and sprinted away. He drove off after that. I don't know who that man was, but seemingly he was going around on New Year's night and picking up random drunk people waiting for Ubers. There were so many signs I missed, like the fact we weren't even going in the direction of my home. I was just too out of it to think straight. Honestly, I never even should have gotten in the car without checking my phone. Where he would have taken me and what would have happened is unknown. It was the first weekend of February. I was at home, having the days off of work. Everything was pretty regular, but sometime in the middle of the day on Saturday, I thought I heard something from upstairs. It was a thud, just one, and not very alarmingly loud or anything. I'd never heard it before, which was the only reason I went up to see if I could figure out what it was. I didn't find anything, though. I wasn't worried, and hardly thought about it for the rest of the day. Hours later, and as I was winding down for the night, sitting on the couch and barely keeping my eyes open, there was another thud, almost identical to the last. Again, I looked around and saw nothing. I even opened the door to the spare bedroom, which was entirely empty, and looked around, not seeing anything. Maybe it was an animal on the roof, or just the house making strange noises. I went to bed that night, not too long after. The next day, I got up and went downstairs like usual to make coffee and breakfast. As I did, something felt off. Like, as I walked around the kitchen and made breakfast, things seemed like they had been moved. The cereal and chips I had in the pantry just didn't look like they were where I'd left them. Obviously, I didn't purposefully try to remember the order they were in or anything, so I couldn't confirm it. I just had that weird feeling like it wasn't right, which I didn't know how it could be possible. I tried to pay more attention to things the rest of that morning, but eventually I forgot about it. I think I was caught up on how impossible it would have been, so I had to be mistaken. The rest of that day, I was downstairs, watching TV and doing some chores. It was just after sunset when I heard that same thud again. I stood up to go check on it, just like every time before, but as I approached the stairs, I heard a click. It was very quiet, but was definitely a click of some kind. I went up to the top of the steps and listened for a second, then looked around my bedroom, finding nothing. Then I went over to the spare bedroom, figuring I might as well check again. I grabbed the handle and turned it, but it stopped halfway. It was locked from the other side. Blood rushed from my face, and my heart stung from the sudden panic. I took a few weak steps away from the door, feeling like my legs were giving out, but I brought myself together when I heard movement behind the door, approaching the other side. I started to run back down the stairs as I heard another click, followed by the door creaking open. I left out the front door and ran to the end of the street, where I called 911. When searching the home, they found no one, but in the spare bedroom closet, there were grocery bags and a blanket. Someone had been trying to live in there, at least for those 2 days, but probably even longer, without me knowing. Likely they were coming out at night while I was sleeping to go downstairs and eat and drink and do whatever. It sends chills through me just thinking about it. Thankfully, they seem to have left for good after that night. What they would have done had I found them is something I never even want to know. I was staying inside for the night. It was really cold outside, with a heavy snowstorm coming through our town. I had the TV playing my comfort show, and I was half asleep on the couch when I heard footsteps approaching outside my front door. Their boots were loud enough to get my attention and wake me up. I looked at the door, but they didn't knock. They stood there for a few seconds, then their boots took a couple more steps before it suddenly went quiet. It sounded like they stepped off the porch and into the snow, which I could no longer hear. Confused, I got up and looked out the window. The snowstorm was worse than I thought. It was almost completely white outside, making it hard to see more than a few feet past the window. Barely, I could make out shoe prints in the snow coming off of the porch. Why did they just step off the porch like that? And what were they even doing outside right now? With the weather, I couldn't really get any more answers. I checked out the side and back windows for any more shoe prints in case they walked around my house, but I didn't see much of anything. I went back to the couch and laid down. I felt it was weird, but I didn't want to overreact about it. An hour or so went by, and there was nothing else. The soft rumble of the snowstorm outside and the low volume of the TV made my eyes heavy, slowly putting me to sleep. When my eyes eventually opened, it was still very dark. The TV was on its timeout screen, showing it was 3 a.m. The snowstorm was still going strong, but strangely, it was much louder. As I continued to wake up, I began realizing it was extremely loud, like the sound was clear and crisp, not muffled by the windows. My eyes darted fully open, and I got up. I turned on the light next to me, seeing water spots all over the room, going right to the front door, which was wide open. Snow was pouring into the house, and boot prints were outlined in the water going through the hallway. I could kind of make out the same boot prints leaving the house, but I wasn't sure. I got my phone and locked myself in the bathroom as I called for help. Turned out whoever broke in had already left. It seemed they came in and looked around for something specific, and after not finding it, they just walked back out into the blizzard. While they were in my home, they either somehow didn't notice me on the couch, or crept past me, quietly looking around my house without waking me. Even the idea of it creeps the hell out of me. I haven't had a good night's sleep after that, constantly waking up in the middle of the night, startled by every little creak. It was just before Christmas. School was out, but my parents still worked during the day. I was an only child, which meant I had the whole house alone and could do whatever I wanted all day while they were gone. This was just another weekday, I think Tuesday, and my parents left for work at 9. I immediately fired up my PC in my bedroom and started gaming. Strangely, only 15 or 20 minutes after my parents had left, there was a knock at the front door. Being young and not used to answering the door alone, I chose to ignore it. I tried not to make too much noise for the next little bit because I didn't want them to think anyone was home, hoping they would just leave. I didn't hear any more knocks, so I continued on with my day. I was playing video games for way too long, honestly, like 3 or 4 hours straight before I even got up from my desk to make some breakfast. I went downstairs and poured a bowl of cereal, then started walking back to bring it upstairs, when I noticed the front door was unlocked. I thought that was weird because my parents always remembered to lock it, and usually would leave through the garage anyway. I went over and slid the lock down, then went back up to my room. I think it was around 1 or 2 p.m. After finishing eating, I got right back to gaming. I had just reopened my game and loaded into a new match, so like only 3 minutes later, when I felt something shake my desk. I didn't hear anything, but I had my headset on, so it was unlikely I would have, unless it was really loud. It felt like a vibration though, which I'd usually only feel from my parents closing a door or something. I took my headset off and looked at the bedroom door, listening for what could have caused it. It was quiet. I got up and opened the door, then looked down the hallway toward the stairs, again listening for anything, and again not hearing anything. I was thinking it could have been the heater turning on, but I couldn't help but think how the door was unlocked earlier, and it just gave me an uneasy feeling. I walked over to the stairs, and just as I got to the top and looked down, I saw a shadow move near the bottom. I froze, and just a second later, the shadow stopped moving too, like they somehow saw me. My heart was pounding. I felt like I stood motionless for an entire minute before the shadow moved again. I could faintly hear footsteps walking toward the back of the house, and then the back door quietly open and close, and then silence. I ran to my parents' bedroom and called 911 with the home phone. Police came a few minutes later. This only seemed to get more disturbing and strange though. There were no signs of the intruder breaking in unless he had picked the lock on the front door. However, it was still locked when police arrived, which means he likely got inside sometime during the 3 to 4 hours I was gaming. I also think back to the knocks I heard right after my parents had left, but I just can't see what they were doing inside for that long. He was almost definitely in the house when I went downstairs and made myself a bowl of cereal though, maybe even watching me from another room, hiding somewhere. We don't know what his intentions were, but I've never truly felt safe again since that day. I worked at a gas station for 2 years, starting in 2015. During the winter on my first year, I had a regular customer come in a lot. I worked night shifts, so whenever anyone came in more than once, I'd usually recognize them. This guy was a trucker who told me his name was Paul. He was a really nice guy, though he definitely had something different about him. He was always smiley, like too smiley and happy, especially for it being the middle of the night. Sometimes I actually found it creepy. Anyway, one night he came in and he was acting differently. He walked in and greeted me, but as he looked around the aisles, his face was dull and almost angry. He picked out an energy drink and came up to the counter, and his face suddenly changed back to that overly happy look. I could see dread in his eyes though, making his smile seem even more fake and almost disturbing.
I don't know how to color this right now, so
He
I'm not
paid
gonna
and
try.
walked out to his truck, then drove off. I'd almost forgotten about it until the next day when I saw his truck pull in again. It was pretty cold and snowy outside. When Paul came in, he had that same look as yesterday, except he didn't smile at all. He grabbed the first drink on the shelf and came up to the counter. As he paid, he started asking me questions, like how busy it was tonight and when my shift was over. Then, before he left, he asked if I wouldn't mind helping him lift something in his truck. Having known him for so long now, I agreed, wanting to be helpful, and put on my jacket and followed him outside. The gas station was empty, aside from his truck, parked on the far side of the lot. I followed him over there, and he opened the passenger door, then walked around to the driver's side and got in. He said it was right up here, gesturing for me to get in as well. I climbed up and sat down. It was one of those big box trucks that had a door behind the seats for access to the cargo section. I looked at Paul. He had that strange, wide smile again. "It's just right in there. I'll follow behind you." He pointed at the door. I suddenly felt very unsettled and could sense that this wasn't what he said it was. I sat there, trying to figure out what to say or do, and I began to notice an odor. It was strong and disgusting, coming from whatever the hell was behind that door. I looked back up at Paul. His face was tense, but he held that smile and just watched me, waiting for me to move. I jumped back out of the truck, slamming the door behind me and hurrying back into the station. He didn't follow. As I was hurrying back though, I thought I heard him yell, like a frustrated yell coming from the truck. The wind covered most of the sound. He pulled out of the gas station soon after. I worked there for another year, and Paul never showed up again, not even once. I don't know what was back there, or what was really going on with Paul, but I think I was lucky to not have to find out. I was taking a road trip across the country to my family's house for Christmas. I know driving that long of distance during winter is probably not a great idea, but I couldn't find anyone to watch my dog Frankie, so I had to bring him with me. He's just a little wiener dog, and I thought he'd be terrified of flying, so I decided to drive. The first half of the trip down there went well without any issues. Great weather, easy driving, and no problems. On the morning of the second part of the drive, though, I woke up to heavy downfall of snow. I packed up quickly and tried to outrun the weather, but it seemed to only get worse. Halfway there, I realized it was taking too long, and I wouldn't make it there by the end of the night, so I ended up choosing to find a motel to stay at instead. The road I was on was pretty empty. There wasn't much of anything, aside from the occasional gas station, every 50 or so miles. So when I finally saw a sign for a motel, I immediately pulled off and into the parking lot. It was a very old-looking building, and most of the lights were off, but there was another car parked here, so I figured it had to be a worker. I left the car on for Frankie as I got out and walked through the blizzard and up to the main entrance. The door wouldn't open. I wiped the fog off the outside of the window and put my face closer, trying to look through and see if anyone was inside, but it looked dark and deserted. I wasn't sure what to think, but I didn't have much time before I heard Frankie barking. I looked back, seeing two men walking past my car and up to me. The way they walked, it was clear something was wrong. I tried to start walking back to my car and ignore them, but they cut me off. "Hey, was the place open?" No. I think it's closed tonight. Sorry," I said, trying to walk around them. "Do you think you could help us? We're having some car troubles. Maybe you could spare some gas." It was like they were fighting for any reason to keep talking to me. I said no, then backed up and made a wide walk around them, and even then, they still tried to get in front of me. I hurried back into my car as their footsteps crunched quickly behind me. By the time I got in and locked the doors, they were already at my window. Frankie was whining, and I couldn't blame him. This was really uncomfortable and kind of scary since we were so far out on a deserted road. One of them repeatedly knocked on my window, asking for help still, but it was so obvious that he didn't need any, and this was just some kind of trap or something. Before anything could get worse, I backed up and drove out onto the main road. After giving it some thought, I ended up dialing 911 to report their strange behavior. I got a call back from an officer 20 minutes later, saying they weren't at the parking lot anymore, and neither was their car. If that doesn't scream guilty, I don't know what does. Their car clearly worked enough for them to leave, and they apparently left right after I did. More so than my slight interaction with the men, it's the thought of what they were potentially trying to do that horrifies me. If anything had happened out there, I probably never would have been found.
So mushrooms, yeah. I'm doing sorry if you're I hope you're still here, but yeah, I'm doing
I turned
a
16.
commission
My
for
first job at a really small pizza
this
place.
psychedelic mushroom magazine. So
With only
I was
5 or
gonna
6
include a
people
bunch of art in
I
it.
only got the job.
Mushroom related. You have to like make
Also
something
worth it.
mushroom related,
I was the delivery
like
driver.
art or
I
like
only worked 4 hours since I had school during the day.
recipes.
It was around my
I
third
was
week
just gonna do a
out
bunch of
that
art
this
that
happened.
could just probably be like a
The night
stand-in for
was
like
pretty
someone's
regular.
poem or
It
some
was
shit.
slow, both for deliveries and dining. Cold
Yes,
out,
oysters.
which kept most people at home. Around 11, though, a call came in. My friend picked up the phone and put the order in. It was for a small pizza.
Trust
and a
me.
soup.
Just keep in mind my
To deliver it.
mushroom knowledge
The
is
address
very,
was
very, very limited. I kind of just drew mushrooms I thought looked cool.
And realized
But
that the whole
I want to learn more about it, but it's a lot of fucking work with the kit and everything. So,
cared for.
but
Our town wasn't
there's like
racist, but
an event
still
right
far
where this
worse
guy
than
like
most other
teaches you and stuff. So it's kind of fun.
I carefully drove down, avoiding any potholes I could
I'm gonna
see
make like
until I made it to the
hair
address.
line mains are
It was
really
a
cool.
two-story
So
wooden house.
I'd like to
The
make
house
some in the
itself,
future,
just
but
as old and uncared for
I
as
just
the
gotta get the
street.
space for that
But
shit.
strangely, the yard was full of fresh flowers and plants that clearly had been tended to. I parked at the bottom of the driveway and grabbed the pizza and soda, then walked up to the front door. The wooden steps to the porch felt like they were gonna give out, and I got a weird sense of something unsettling.
It's not
I
big, I have
glanced
to
back
do
at my
these.
car, seeing the dense woods behind it, and realizing how isolated this place felt. I knocked on the door. Right after knocking, I could hear movement inside the house, and floorboards started creaking. It was soft, though, like they were walking lightly and slowly, but I could hear the creaking get closer and closer to the other side of the door until they were right behind it. I prepared myself for them to open the door by smiling and holding out the pizza, but they never opened it. After 10 seconds, I started getting uncomfortable. Hello? I'm the pizza guy, just delivering your order. There was no response, and no other sounds from inside. I could feel something off, so I backed up and walked off the porch. I was still a little hesitant about fully leaving without them paying, though. I took one look back, and when I did, I physically felt my body shudder. There was a man standing by the side of the house, staring right at me, looking like he was walking toward me, and I'd only just stopped once I saw him. He looked old and skinny, but had an eerie look in his eyes. I hurried back into my car, and the man didn't say a word and just watched me. I pulled out of there and drove back to the pizza shop. I didn't know what that was. My friend thought it might have been some kind of prank, but that man looked like he was way too old to be pulling something like that. I'm just glad I left when I did, because I don't know what would have happened if that man made it to the porch before I got out. This was only a month ago. It was late September, and where I'm at, we were having a lot of rain. Pretty much every day, it was pouring down. I work as an outdoor security guard for a warehouse on the outskirts of the city, so rain doesn't exactly make my job any more enjoyable. Luckily, the company I work for lets me stay inside on rainy nights, but it always made the shift go by a lot slower. Instead of getting to roam around outside the building, I just had to stand by the glass entrance doors and watch for anything. Anyway, this night I got in at 9, locking up the place after all the employees left. It was pouring outside, so I stayed in and stood by the door, and honestly just tried to stay awake. There was nothing to see except rain and the occasional thunder and lightning.
Undo.
A few hours went by. During that time, I just leaned against the wall and made a few trips to the bathroom. But then, as I stood by the entrance doors, fighting to stay awake, there was a deep, creaking thud. It echoed through the whole warehouse. It sounded like bending metal, or maybe a heavy metal door scraping open. It was enough to make the hair stand up on the back of my neck. I was sure it was nothing, and just a creepy sound because of the circumstances. but it was kind of my job to check on these things, so I walked down the hallway and looked through each of the corridors. I'd never actually explored much of the warehouse, since I was usually outside. All I knew of was the one main hallway that had 5 or 6 corridors branching from it, leading to large open warehouse areas. I looked down each of these until I got to the last one. At the end, the door was cracked open. I felt
Really?
run through me, although I still didn't know if it was
Oysters are crackheads in comparison to other
door and open
Really?
door.
Interesting. I didn't know
The
that.
whole room was dark. Hello? My voice echoed through the otherwise
So I like
silent
streaming. I always
warehouse.
learn something new.
After a few seconds, I started to step back and close the door until I heard something in front of me.
Oh, with that, I will try.
It sounded
I'll
like
try
man
growing
either mumbling or
oysters.
softly laughing somewhere in the darkness near the tall shelving unit.
There's a lot of kits on Amazon, so
What
I'm
the
sure I
hell
could
are
get
you
like a
doing
nice
here?
kit.
I called out, "Come here." He said something softly. "What?" "Come here." He said a little louder. Still, I couldn't see anything at all. After a couple more seconds, I said "F this" and closed the door. I used my radio to contact the police and left the building through the front. 5 minutes later, they showed up and walked through the building. They came out alone. Security tapes were reviewed, showing what looked like a 50-year-old man with a dark jacket slipping in through a gap in one of the back garages. From there, he made his way into the warehouse room, where I heard him in. And disturbingly, on the footage, it looked like he was holding some kind of knife.
When you say eat, what
He made his
you gotta
exit
feed them?
after I left.
I thought you just.
We don't
Actually, I
know
don't know what you're supposed to
or
like
what exactly
give
he was trying to do
mushrooms to
by telling me
eat.
to come into the warehouse. It might sound weak of me, but I quit after that and took up a day job instead.
Oh boy, that wasn't weak. That was smart. If anything, what I might just do tonight, because I am kind of feeling sleepy, but I really want to get this
Happened 2
all
years
done
ago. It was the end of
in
October,
the stream.
which
It's
is
just
usually when
line
it starts snowing
everything.
around here.
And
I live in
then
a small one-bedroom apartment with my dog
tomorrow.
Milo. It isn't the best place, but it isn't the worst either. Most of my neighbors are quiet and keep
a
to
little bit
themselves.
closer to
And
myself.
being that the building was only 2
I kind of have like a new
stories
setup,
low,
so
it wasn't all that crowded.
trying to figure out
Anyway,
how I want to
this
do
night,
everything.
I'd gotten out of work at 6:30. I went home,
So sorry if you
took
can't
Milo
really
by
hear
the
me
arm,
as well.
then made some dinner and sat at my desk to play some video games with my buddies. I stayed up a little later than I planned, but around 12 I finally got off. The sun had obviously set, and I hadn't gotten up at all during that time to turn on the lights in my apartment, so the whole place was dark aside from my computer screen. Feeling ready for bed though, I put the leash on Milo and went down to the back courtyard to let him do his business. It was really cold out, and snow covered the ground. This courtyard was right behind the apartment building and just had a few lamps lighting up small areas of it. It was really quiet outside, but as I waited for Milo to sniff around, I looked up at the window to my apartment room. My blinds were only partially open, but I could see the screen to my computer shining through the window. Then something moved. Suddenly I could now see more light coming through the blinds, as if there was something blocking it a few seconds ago. I whispered, "What the f***," under my breath, completely caught off guard. I had to double check that I was looking at the right window to my apartment, but I knew I was. I mean, I could literally see my computer. My mind started racing. Was someone standing behind the window and moved away once they saw me looking? It's really the only thing I could think of that would have moved like that.
Back to
Milo's
back
leash
to
hurried back to the
okay.
building and up to the second floor.
I mean, Etsy has like a bunch of them.
We moved toward my room,
Um,
listening for any sounds.
that I could probably get.
Mentioning that I never lock the door when taking Milo out because
Yeah, I'm from the East Coast.
it still seemed really.
You're invasive? Oh,
Someone would have
good
just
to know.
walked into my room though. I opened the door. At first, everything seemed okay. The little doggy gate that I had by the door was still in the same position as it was when I left. I took a few steps inside. It was still dark, but the main room looked empty. I then turned and looked down the hallway leading to my bedroom. It was so dark that I couldn't even see the bedroom door at the end of the hallway. Honestly though, I was starting to second guess myself at this point. Maybe I was just tired and overreacting, like it could have been that the AC turned on and moved the blinds a bit. I was about to walk down the hall to my room and just double check it was clear when I realized Milo was staying beside the entrance door. I looked back at him.
Oh,
He was
okay.
in the hallway and began to growl. It was a low, quiet growl that I've
Good to
never
know.
heard him do before. I said it.
Yeah, I'm still like a
He didn't even look at me.
noob
Chin was
when it
fixed
comes to
on the
like
hallway.
mushroom stuff,
I
so
followed his eyes back down the hall,
I
and
don't know much
only
about it.
then did I start to see something at the end. In the pitch black, there was the slightest outline of someone standing there. The only thing I could clearly make out were their open eyes staring right into mine. My body jerked back, and I instantly fled out the door. I ran to the front of the building and stood outside with Milo as I called the cops and waited for them. My heart didn't slow down until the police arrived. They went in and came out holding a guy in cuffs. The creep didn't even run away. Apparently he had moved into hiding into my bedroom when they found him though. He was middle-aged and looked sickly. He refused to speak on why he was there. I think what still gets me about the situation though is thinking about when he entered my apartment. I took Milo out once when I got home and once before bed, and those were the only 2 times that I had the door left unlocked. I only
That's
felt
why you never leave your door unlocked. It's so
there's no
annoying.
saying if that was the time that he initially snuck
People are so
could have been inside.
lazy that they want to just keep their door. They want to go walk their dog, but they want to leave their doors open.
I was
It's just
lucky
like lock your door.
for me that night because it could have ended a lot worse if I didn't.
Put themselves in these types of situations. Like, why would you leave your apartment door open,
In
bro?
rural Washington,
Like, even if the door is locked.
we were way out at a camping spot that we found on an app. It was the middle of fall, so it was pretty cold, but there's just no other time of the year that the forest looked this good. The spot was empty.
Really?
It was
Yeah,
which made for a
doing this,
catch up with each other.
doing this, like, little project, I realized, like, people can grow mushrooms on, like, books and stuff, so I drew one like this.
To a small nearby peak that had an overlook.
I don't know.
Took us around 3 hours. So we got back to our campsites at about.
I didn't know, like, it could, like, really grow mushrooms on anything. I mean, mushrooms can grow on cow shit, so I shouldn't be too surprised, but I just thought it was, like, interesting.
The guy turned and looked clearly a bit.
So I made some, like, images where mushrooms are growing on, like, books.
If it wasn't already strange, it definitely
I'm
was.
gonna try and finish everything tonight, so
Both immediately
depending on how long you stay, you may see it.
There, and if anything had been messed with, but neither of us found anything.
God, I'm so happy I have this Cintiq now. Oh, it's been drawn.
Still,
It makes
really
drawing digital so
we couldn't
fucking
see another
simple.
reason for him to be here if he wasn't camping. We weren't really nervous though.
I'm assuming you grow a lot of mushrooms, or
The guy would come back.
for fun, or
terrified when he
for work.
However, we still
Both.
played it safe and didn't want to leave our tents again, so we stayed in the area for the rest of the day.
I wasn't expecting to get
few beers.
someone who knows about mushrooms.
When the sun went down, we built up a
It's really cool. I learned a lot. I will check out that kit you sent me.
A couple of hours.
You told me to get.
In the middle of one of our
Cause I do want to get one just to try it, even if I fuck it up.
got up and went a little
So it's good to
the woods.
learn new stuff.
I sat back, but only a few seconds later, he came walking quickly into the campsite. You have trouble out there, I joked. There was someone
If
there.
you're here next time, by the time the magazine comes out, I'll like if I have a PDF, I'll give it to you so that we can have it.
What he saw, but Chase said he couldn't really see anything other than the outline of the man. He said he wasn't very far though, and was definitely looking at him. This really freaked us out. They could have been watching us.
Just for fun? That's cool.
Probably still were.
You won't fuck it up, I promise.
Both of us went to the backpack.
I guess. It's just when I was watching the guy who's like teaching me to do it. It's more like, you gotta have like a whole like sterile a whole like area to have it sterile and stuff. So I'm like, damn, I didn't realize how like involved you can be, but that gives me more peace of mind that I could just like not fuck it up. I guess it all depends on the mushroom, so makes sense.
He would have done it earlier when we were gone, and he definitely would not have come back. So he thinks the man was up to something worse. We stashed everything in our backpacks, then stomped out the fire and started back down the trail. For the first few minutes,
I would expect that cow shit would have a lot of nutrients in it.
On the whole walk back, we never caught sight of him. We thought we were in the clear, but when we made it up to the trailhead and to my car, all the tires had flashed.
No problem, of course. I'll be back in a second. I'm just gonna heat up some water so I can make some tea.
We were only just able to process the situation before we heard leaves crunching on the trail behind us. We jumped in my car and drove away without hesitation. I was able to get us out of the woods and onto the main road, destroying my wheels in the process. From there, we called a tow truck and the police. They tried to search for fingerprints on the car to identify the man with, but he didn't even try to break inside it or even open the doors. He just slashed the tires. His intentions are still unknown, but I'm sure we can all assume the few disturbing likely outcomes that he had planned for that night. It was late fall. I always look forward to this time of year because of the nice weather.
I'm sure
It was also one of my favorite holidays, given all the
it seems like he wants like more people to be involved, so.
This was the day after Halloween though. I had the day off of work, but I was pretty exhausted from a party I went to last night. So today I just wanted to relax and get a few things done around the house.
Yeah.
My plan didn't exactly go as planned though. I laid down.
Yeah, like the guy has like
alarm. It wasn't until there was a ring at my doorbell that I woke up.
Like he has like the spore, right?
My eyes and looked at my phone.
Like you buy the he gives like sometimes he'll give like free spores, but he has like the
for wasting the whole day napping. But I was quickly interrupted by the doorbell again. I got out of bed and put
I'm gonna see what it's called.
Walked downstairs and up to the door. Looking out the peephole, I didn't see anything, so I opened the door.
I'll post the guy's stuff too. Just give me a sec.
I did answer the door really late, so I thought they probably just walked away. However, just as I was closing the door, I saw someone. They were standing just 20 yards away, near a tree in my front yard, and they had a mask on. Like one of those generic ones you could get at any Halloween shop.
I forget. I don't really remember the name, so just give me 1 second. I gotta pull up the store. Like it has like a little storefront.
To the bathroom and splashed some water on my face to wake myself up. Then headed to the kitchen to do some dishes and clean up. I was in there for probably.
So he has like
when I heard someone's voice. It was
things like this. This is his website.
I turned around and looked at the back door, and just barely, I could see someone walking in my backyard.
It's like a whole like thing. I just happened to find it on Eventbrite. I thought it was so cool.
Toward my house.
Holy shit. Goddamn.
They were walking just outside the reach of my back porch light, kind of like they were trying not to be seen. From what I could see though, it looked like they were alone, so I wasn't sure why I'd heard someone talking. Once they got closer, I heard their footsteps walk along the side of my house. I tried to follow the sound, but suddenly lost them. It was quiet, no voices or footsteps. As I stood there and listened intently, I began turning my head in different directions, just trying to catch any sound I could.
Oh yeah,
When I
that's
looked
so
back
heat.
toward the back door, someone was staring right at me.
Mine's at 3.
My whole body froze. They were wearing that same Halloween mask, but it was someone else. This person was noticeably bigger and taller than the other one. "What the hell are you guys doing?" I yelled, hoping that if it was kids, then maybe they'd be intimidated easily. But it definitely didn't work. They moved away from the door and around the opposite side of the house. Just
Really?
going to follow them, I heard a crack behind me, followed by footsteps sprinting away. Right where I heard the sound from, there was a window, and when I lifted the blinds, I could clearly see the outer part of the wooden window sill had been split off. They were clearly trying to break it open quietly.
Yeah, I saw like a lot of people like you could buy spores and stuff from.
Once they blew their cover, they ran. And after quickly figuring
It's something I would like to get into, but I can tell like
I wasn't sure if they'd fully
it's just something that you kind of have to like really make time for, in the sense where it's just like there's a lot that you need to know what you're doing.
seemed to try anything else though. Cops showed up and took down my report, but even to this day, there hasn't been anything else on what happened. With Halloween coming up pretty soon this year, I'm definitely a little
It's just
nervous.
I want to start growing like cannabis too, and it's just like oh, that's a lot of work. So I'm like, oh, this seems like another like something I have to make a lot of time for. I mean, I'd like to, but it's just like, damn. It's just like, when you get when you first start something, it's just like, oh, this seems cool, and then you learn like, oh, all the science and stuff, and you realize, oh,
Because of when I got
this is actually more
any vacation time.
work than I thought it was gonna be.
Night. At least I had most of the day to hand out candy and watch some movies though. I went into work at 8. The streets were pretty quiet, at least of cars, since kids were running around trick-or-treating, so I hoped the gas station wouldn't be busy. Thankfully, I got what I wished for. Only a couple dozen cars came in my first hour, and once it got closer to 10, even less were coming by. Even the roads weren't busy. I kept seeing a police car patrolling the road every 15 minutes, but aside from that, it was dead outside. I was fine with it being slow, but scrolling through my phone and seeing everyone else having fun on Halloween night was a little depressing, so I grabbed some boxes from the back of stuff to refill on the shelves. Another little while passed, and as my back was to the front door, I heard the little bell go off. I turned around and saw 3 men walking into the shop. They were all wearing Halloween costumes, like full costumes
Yeah, but once I like
and everything.
once I get the color, this is gonna be like a really
The other 2 I didn't
light.
recognize. Probably some other typical Halloween characters. I could tell them
Oh, it's so intimidating. Yeah, that shit looks.
they were grown adults.
When
One of
when I would join the Zoom call, I didn't know what I was expecting, but then when you start talking about, it, I'm like, oh, this is a lot. I didn't think it was like all this shit.
Maybe they were just trying to be in character or something.
But I think I'll try like the smaller kids first, and then like work into like the bigger kids. It's just you gotta like sometimes.
What they needed.
Sometimes you just gotta ease yourself weight into like a hobby, so
I didn't hear them pull
or else you burn yourself out. So
at the candy aisle. And they picked up
I know from
random lollipops and tossed them on the counter.
I know that a lot from experience, from like
They
always.
didn't say anything.
I used to always try doing the most hard part first when I just do like the most
Cash.
easiest part.
As I was doing the transaction, I
Easiest, you
couldn't
know.
help
So,
but notice
but
all of them in the back staring at me. Through the mask,
I'd probably try like the
eyes,
little small
they were
kids.
locked on me and looked frustrated or angry or something.
If I had this more space, it's easier, but I don't really have like
Have a good night.
space right now.
There was a pause though, before one of the men walked up to the front door and pulled down the bolt lock. My stomach dropped. The one that was staring at me then immediately came.
So what do you use?
Shoved me onto the ground.
What do you grill the mushrooms for? Just for eating or like
The money and that I wouldn't stop them.
medicine? I know some people like. I think like the lion's mane one
Right
is
past
really
the
good for like health. Has a lot of health
Your
benefits.
money. He forced zip ties around my hands and lifted me onto my feet.
But
I was completely helpless as they dragged me
I
through.
think
the
it's
door.
cool to make like
After briefly
chocolates.
checking outside, they rushed me out the entrance. It was only as they dragged me toward the side of the building that I noticed an old car sitting in the grass outside the parking lot.
I think
As we reached the edge of the parking lot, though,
I see myself more as
lights
the.
came over top us. It was a police.
I think I'd probably buy a lot of like the once
three
it's
men
dried and everything.
sprinted into their car.
Just so I could like
No,
make
it just was that
like
their car wouldn't start, or they gave up, or what.
edibles and stuff
We were
with
able to
them.
get them before they got away. Backup.
But I
showed
think
up
like actually
1
making your own
seconds
stuff is
later.
cool. I think what's nice about when you make your own stuff
Earlier in the night,
is that you get
picked
so
up
much out of it,
men in costume,
and it's cheaper
offering
that
kids
way
candy on the
than
sidewalks and trying to lead them away from
than
houses.
just buying it.
That's why I kept seeing a patrol
'Cause
car circling the area. What they
a
wanted.
lot of
to
times
do
I'm like, man,
were
if I could
angry
just like
kids,
buy
for
this,
sure.
if I could
None
just
of
make
them
my own shit,
with anything.
it'd be a lot of cheap. It'll be
It almost
way
makes me
cheaper.
glad that everything happened the way it did, though, because if I'd sold them that candy and heard later on that it was used to kidnap kids with, I probably would have felt a ton of guilt. Thankfully, it didn't have to go that way.
That does sound really good. Like how much
Live in
can you make?
up in Alaska,
Like,
so
is it enough for like
but last
was it enough for like one plate, or you have like
first
enough to
visit
like
for the season,
actually like
family
last
members flew in as well.
for like a whole
As we
like
got into October, though, it started getting
dish, you
cold
know?
and
Like, or is it enough for just like a plate of
so I had to leave before the roads got too
spaghetti?
bad. The road that goes from Alaska and
Damn, that shit
is
sounds mad good though.
being extremely remote. There's no service along most of it, and it just goes through hills,
I actually like
forests,
I actually like making pasta.
Most people making the drive either sleep
I think
at few truck rest stops or at
I like making just pasta and just like drizzling it with
my second
olive
day,
oil.
I drove until 8 p.m.
Like,
before
I mean, like I like the tomato sauce, but like
it was a dirt
just
road.
like pasta with some like olive oil and some pepper and salt. Oh,
I think
it's
a
so
lot of people
good.
find it unnerving to sleep in the middle of nowhere like
Yeah.
this, but I did it pretty often in my RV, so I was used to it. I made myself something.
I actually wouldn't have used olive oil, but sesame oil makes more sense.
It wasn't very long after I'd arrived, though, that I
Kind of
heard
reminds me of like Lo Ming.
I sat
Lo Ming and mushrooms
one
is
of the
mad good
blinds,
too.
but I didn't have any exterior lights on, so my view was of nothing but the pitch black woods. The footsteps sounded like they were from out there, but I couldn't confirm if it was a person or not. From what I saw when I pulled into this campsite, this was the only parking spot, but maybe there were more nearby that I didn't see. If it was a person, they had to have parked somewhere nearby, because there's no way they could have just been wandering around all the way
Like
out
this area right here, you're not gonna really see. It's just gonna be like
and
opaque.
turning on lights, but figured it best to
I couldn't figure out how the hell that shit's supposed to look like, what the how the roots would look like. But
or again,
I just wanted to like.
been a person at all.
I just thought that it would be cute to have like a
Everything seemed good, and I could
vase of mushrooms Just because how the
Around 9:30,
oyster mushrooms are, they're so like
Start driving
plentiful
again
and
tomorrow.
in a bundle that I thought it was just really cute.
My eyes shot open to 3 loud knocks at the door to the RV. It was nearly too dark to see inside, so I switched on the radio next to me.
Wow.
Water, please,
Okay.
and I'll be on my way.
Fun.
It was a man's voice, deep, like they were older. My eyes looked at the clock. It was
That's the only thing.
if this guy really
Yeah, I guess I didn't say where I'm from.
help
About New York, is this like
worry about than just
to like get that type of like lands? We got a whole lake and shit. You either gotta be like upstate,
get here. I called
out in the boonies.
There was a pause. My truck broke down just a couple miles back. Just looking for some help is all.
I like the city, but it would be nice to just have like a
feeling was
house,
that this wasn't
like-
right. Everything just wasn't adding up.
like more like
I went over to the other side
in the
window
woods and
to
shit.
peek out.
But listening to these stories makes me not want to have a house out there.
I could make out his figure.
The only way I would like
I thought it was
having a winter home would be nice.
like he
But I need like 2 big ass Dobermans and a shotgun to feel safe.
something else. Behind him, I could see more figures moving around in the dark. Several, like at least 4 or 5.
I don't know if I could do all that land either.
Almost banging on the door, as if he was losing his patience.
Next to a lake sounds really comfy.
Grabbed the keys, then took a deep breath, before running to the front and quickly turning the RV on. As soon as I did, the headlights lit up multiple men in front of me, all looking mid-30s and 40s, with scruffy beards and raggy winter clothes. They started yelling as I drove past them and circled back to the main road.
Weird
I
containers.
drove
That
as
sounds
I
like
reached the
fun.
gas station. By the time I had service and got police involved, it was far too late for anything to be done. What those men were trying to do is anyone's best guess.
Well,
This
this one.
fall, I didn't make the
No,
trip up
it's
there.
very
I'm starting
accurate.
to doubt
Let's-
I ever will again.
I don't like how like sharp it is. Like could be a little bit more round.
It was mid-November. Winter had just started coming in, and snow.
There are no
had begun
straight
to cover
lines
the
in
slope.
nature.
I lived alone in a very small 2-bedroom home that had an unfinished basement. The only time I went down there was to do laundry or get.
There's this really cool picture.
It
Hold
was
on,
a
let me see if I
Friday
can find it.
night,
I'll send it
and
to
it
you.
was snowing a decent amount during my drive home from work. I had the next 2 days off though, so I was happy to get home and hunker down for the weekend. I got home at 7. I made dinner and watched the new episode of my show, then turned on YouTube in the background as I laid on the couch and scrolled on my phone. The snow must have picked up, as I could hear the wind slamming against the house.
Nature's full of straight lines.
Sometime around 10, I got up to use the restroom, but as I walked down the hallway, I heard something below me.
True, but
Immediately
in art, it sometimes it makes your image seem
wasn't
very
basement.
very stiff. So you try not to do it.
I went over
As
to the
much.
basement door and opened it, turning on the lights and walking down to the bottom. There were only a couple hanging lights.
The only thing I don't like about
across
this
the ceiling
restream
to
is
light
that
up
it
the
needs so
large
much
open
fucking
area.
duplicates of what
I
I'm
didn't see
saying.
much of anything though. I stood there for a minute just to see if that sound came again, but after hearing nothing else, I went back upstairs. Given
Actually, it's probably because I'm just on YouTube.
figured it had to just be
Harder.
the house moving around. I used
Okay, it's just because I'm seeing all the chats. Okay.
However,
That
only
was-
a minute later, I heard it again. This time it was more clear. It
Artificial?
wasn't a creaking sound. It was
What's the
something
artificial?
like almost identical to what it would sound like if someone was walking around. I could feel my heart beat faster, but I still felt like there was no way someone could be down there. It just wouldn't be possible. I got up,
Okay,
went
so
up to the basement door.
one.
Now that I was there, I couldn't hear it.
Man, it looked better like
Walked to
when
the
I
bottom.
drew this
It
out
was loud down there, so I wasn't
on
able to see
paper,
anything
but I don't like how it
grown of
looked.
the house. But on the cement floors, there were shoe prints. They were fresh too, only showing because of the layer on the floor. I was absolutely terrified. I ran back upstairs and grabbed the house phone to dial
This
911.
one next.
As I told the operator all the necessary information, there were 2 very loud thuds from the basement. After that, I sprinted out of the house. A couple officers showed up a reasonable time later, and when they went inside, they didn't find anything aside from the prints on the floor. Strangely, they seemed to lead right up to the bottom of the basement steps and nowhere else.
Yeah, it says more about like an organic feeling.
Happens. I booked a hotel for the next 2 nights, as I was
It's more a thing for artists, if anything.
with no signs of a break-in anywhere. It's really hard to say who was in my basement.
Because sometimes you can draw something just like
It might have not even been a person at all, though I'm still
you can draw something and it's just like,
whatever.
it looks good, but
Come back.
why is it not like, it doesn't have any movement, you know, so.
This was way back in 2014. I was in 6th grade and had a small group of friends that I was going trick-or-treating with on Halloween. Now, every time before this, one of our parents always felt the need to tag along, which never let us have the full experience, knowing we were being watched and had to behave. But this year, we were free to do as we please, so we wanted to make the best of it. It was me and my friends Johnny, Colton, and Wes. After school on Halloween Day, we all got into our costumes and met up at Colton's place, then started making our rounds. Honestly, I don't think any of us thought it would take so
Mandoku-san.
Most of the houses had good stuff though, even full-sized candy bars at some of them. It was about 8 o'clock when we made it to the other neighborhood. None of us had ever really been there, but it had even bigger houses that we knew had to have the best candy. It was pretty dark out now, and these houses were more covered by trees, so it probably wasn't a good idea to go there. But of course, we still did. We went down the street, stopping at 10 or so houses, when we went up to the last one on the block. This one was noticeably more spread out, further from the other houses, and it looked older, like it was probably there before all the
Trying to get the next image that I need to draw. I just had to
wanted to skip it,
block something out.
to the next block, as he thought there was something off about it. But the rest of us didn't listen. We walked up to the porch and rang the doorbell. They had a few carved pumpkins on their doorstep, so we thought they probably had stuff to hand out. But we waited for a good 30 seconds and didn't hear anything inside, so we started to walk off the porch when we suddenly noticed a person by the garage. He was walking toward us. He was an older guy, maybe 50, and he had a big smile. "If you'll wait just a minute, I can get y'all some candy. I just picked up more from the store." We never saw him pull in though, and he kind of seemed to come up.
It's nothing crazy, it's just
We said it was okay.
something, a phone number that I have here.
His smile fell flat as we walked away. All of us felt a little weird after that, so we moved on to the next block. There was something about that guy that was just creepy. All of us felt it too, which made us feel like there might have actually been something wrong with him. We went up to a few more houses though, but it was starting to get really dark out, and we decided to go back to Colton's place to spend the rest of the night there. Instead of going back the way we came, we turned down the next street that was in the direction of the main road. This one only had a couple houses on it, and the rest was just forest. There weren't even many lights on the road. I think all of us were a little uneasy walking down there, as most of us had even stopped talking.
Still need
Then,
to.
out of nowhere, there were footsteps beside us, coming from the trees. That guy
There's so
came
much
walking
glare
up
on
to
this
us.
one.
He had that creepy smile again and tried waving
Alright.
at us.
I'm gonna go make some tea and I'll be right.
All of us backed up as he started talking. I didn't even hear what he said before he lunged toward Colton. Somehow he didn't get him, and all of us sprinted away before anything else could happen. We didn't stop running until we got to the main road. We crossed back into Colton's neighborhood and felt way more safe, so we caught our breath and started walking again. The walk back to his place was only 10 minutes, but around halfway there, an old gray sedan with tinted windows started passing by us. The first time we barely noticed, but they circled around 2 more times, slowing down each time they passed us. We picked up the pace and got back inside Colton's house. None of us really knew what to do after that point. Stupidly, we chose not to tell anyone because we thought they would have never let us out alone anymore. We never saw that guy again, though. What he would have done is unknown. I was staying at a cabin for the weekend. It was in a campground an hour from where I lived. Being that I lived in the heart of the city, I always liked to go stay out in the forest for a few days during fall so I could enjoy the nice weather and colorful trees. This wasn't a fancy campground. It was only $10 a night, and the cabins were only 200 square feet. Basically one small room with a bed in the middle. The first day I was there, I spent most of my time outside. There were a few small trails I went on. The second day, I sat outside in a lawn chair that was set up behind the cabin. The leaves blowing in the wind was such a nice sound to listen to that I could have sat out there forever. I don't know how long I actually sat out there for, maybe 3 or 4 hours. At some point though, I spotted a person out in the woods. They were far out, like 150 yards from me, and were just standing between the trees, not moving at all. From what I could tell, it looked like he was looking right at me. I wasn't sure though, so I just stayed there and waited for a few minutes. After that, I started getting creeped out, being unable to tell if he was looking at me or not. I went back inside and stayed in until sunset. The wind got louder and more hectic after the sun went down. Inside the cabin, it was really loud, especially with the windows not being properly sealed. The wind was making that high-pitched swooshing sound all night. Normally I wouldn't mind, but I think it made me nervous because I knew I wouldn't be able to hear the leaves crunch if someone was approaching my cabin. Seeing that guy earlier just put me in an uneasy mood. I lit up the fireplace though and sat in the sofa chair, trying to wind myself down for the night. An hour or so passed before there was a sudden knock at the front door. I jumped up from my chair, being fully startled by it. After a
I don't want to figure out where I want to put keeping that there because I want to add this to it. I have like a shirt that's kind of similar like this with the frog and everything. Not so similar.
Unsettling. I didn't know if I should say something,
but I want to have like a little, you know,
I ended up staying
something nice to add it
out
to
of
it.
hesitation, but they continued to knock until the knocks became hits. Over and over, it started sounding like they might actually break down the door. Then it stopped.
What is this?
There
This
was
feels
a whole
like
long minute of silence as I stood and waited for whatever the hell was going to happen next. Wondering if they left, I moved up to the door as quietly as I could.
now 8 seems too big.
There was nobody outside. I felt a slight bit of relief. I looked for another 30 seconds, just to be sure. Then I backed up and turned to get my phone, only to see a pair of eyes piercing into mine through one of the old windows. As soon as we made eye contact, his head moved out of sight. Then it was quiet again. The wind blowing around made it 100 times more eerie. I got my phone and called the police. I I didn't want to risk running out to my car that was parked across the yard, so I stayed inside and waited for the police to show up. Whoever was outside my cabin must have left, as police made it and found no one. I still don't know what really happened at that cabin, but I've never gone back since.
Creepy. If anything, I kind of want to make these into Lionel cuts. Lionel cuts are basically like wood cuts, but you're just using vinyl instead of like wood, so it's easier to cut through. Like, I really want to put on my robe because I'm feeling cold, but it's kind of getting in the way of me. It reminds me of Mario for some fucking reason now. This one was this one in the middle was so hard. Mostly because, like, the mushroom itself. It's kind of weird. I don't know what you call these mushrooms, but these are basically like the ones that make you feel all nice inside and stuff. But what I noticed is like some of them like kind of go upwards, like when a umbrella like kind of goes outwards when it's broken. But it was very hard to find that. So I don't know. I guess like when it's like that, that's not good. I'm assuming because like a lot of stock photos are more where it's like this or this, but like this one in the middle was like very hard to find a reference of that. But the type of look I was trying to go for was with the frog sitting there. I was trying to go for that. Oh, damn, I love this Cintiq, bro. It makes drawing so easy. Sleepy. Yeah, I don't know why there's so many ones in the woods. Like I get winter, but I don't know. No, I don't wanna. It's like I don't want to listen to any. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's supposed. If I find the image, I'll send it to you. Cause it was like one of the site. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah, this is like the image I've been using. Send it to you. So like they look like this. So I'm like I kinda in doing this project I kinda was just like I I wanted it's still fantasy, but I kinda at least for the people that who are into like actual mushrooms, I kinda wanna at least be like, actually referencing like actual mushrooms and not like cartoonish stuff. I mean, it's still cartoonish, but I still want to have it like believable. Like actually looking at actual mushrooms for reference. And it's just like you see so much of the red mushroom with the dots, so it's just trying to like avoid using stuff like that. I see. Yeah. Yeah, but like see like the image I posted, some of them are like really hot like up like that. So I'm like, oh, that could work where it's just like it kind of looks like, you could like it could be in a pool. So that's why I kind of picked these mushrooms. That's why I chose these mushrooms. 'Cause I'm like, okay, I can get away with that. But it's like not something is really supposed to overthink too much, but I just wanted to like at least have some bit of reality to it, I guess. As much as I can.
Over the course of 9 days back in September, I drove from Atlanta, Georgia to Seattle, Washington because for the
I
life of me, I
see.
cannot stand the idea of flying. It doesn't feel right being packed into a metal fart tube flying through the sky at 700 miles per hour. For some reason, that activates my almonds. But by taking this trip, it took me 3 days to get out there driving at roughly 80 to 90 miles per hour. More so 90 when you this was an extremely
I don't, for some reason, the way he's talking, I don't really like it.
The story of the Donner Party is one of the darkest chapters in the history of American westward expansion. In 1846, a group of pioneers set out with high hopes for a better life in California, only to find themselves trapped in the Sierra Nevada mountains. What began as a quest for a new beginning soon turned into a nightmare of survival and desperation. As winter closed in and supplies dwindled, the party faced unimaginable.
I'm playing this because in the future I'd love to like take from New York all the way to California like on the Amtrak like a 4-day trip where you could do that where you take the Amtrak from New York City to California or like vice versa. And so like when you go on those types of like when you're on the California side they have like a lot of history, like they tell you like, oh, you're here, like what you're looking at to get in, you see the mountains and shit. So like the Donner Lake is out there, so it's like, oh, I never actually I never like actually got the full story for the Donner Party, like besides when you're a kid it's like, oh yeah, they ate each other, but I was like, I never actually like listened to like what actually happened. So like, oh, I was interested, so that's why I put this on. If any, I just want to just give that brief reason why we're listening to this. Well, it's like, fuck, man. That shit part was brutal, though. Having to eat people. Oh, man.
Imaginable hardships, testing the limits of human endurance and morality. This is the chilling of how a pioneering dream turned into one of history's most brutal survival stories. We thank you for your ongoing support. Your likes and subscriptions help us improve our videos. But now, let's dive into the story. As always, listen closely.
Yeah, I just want, like,
know when this knowledge
someone who's,
might
like,
save your
lights.
life.
Just easy listen, lights speak.
Chapter
Late
1. The Donner Party departed.
Done.
In the spring of 1846, thousands of pioneers took to the California Trail, a well-established route stretching about 2,500 miles from Missouri to the promising lands of California. Departure was critical. Emigrants usually left in late spring when there was enough grass for their pack animals, but early enough to cross the mountain passes before snowstorms set in. On May 12, 1846, the Donner Party, a group of 31 people led by George and James,
It was 31 people?
Missouri, embarking on this journey with high hopes for a new life.
If they're dead, you got no choice. Why not? I guess.
An optimal departure window in mid-April. This late start left them with little margin for error over the long and arduous journey ahead.
Oh, they were already dead? I thought they ate them like they killed them and then ate them.
Numbering 87 men, women, and children from several different families. Their spirits were high as they followed the conventional route through Wyoming, but upon reaching Fort Bridger, they encountered a fateful choice. They received information from Lansford Hastings, a trail guide who promised a shortcut through the Wasatch Mountains and the Salt Lake Desert, which he claimed would shave weeks off their journey. Despite warnings from the experienced mountain man James Kleiman, who had traveled the route and warned of its dangers, the Donner Party chose to
I thought
they took what would become
I thought that wasn't Jay.
Cut off, a decision
Wait a
that
second.
sealed their fate.
I remember listening to a different video. I thought it was a guy called John Reed that told him not to go. Not this. What is this? I don't think I want to listen to this guy. Yeah, just let it play. But I remember specifically them saying it was John Reed who said that, told him not to take the route to the Hastings, but we'll let it slide.
Chapter 2. The Hastings Cutoff. Upon arriving at Weber Canyon in the Wasatch Range, the group found a note from Hastings warning them that the route was more difficult than expected. He instructed them to wait for him to guide them through the pass. They complied, setting up camp and waiting for 8 days. When Hastings didn't appear, they sent a rider ahead to find him. The messenger returned with new instructions, leading them to a different path. This new path was even worse. The party struggled through thick wilderness, over boulders and across rivers. Every mile was harder than the last.
I guess if they're dead, it makes it a little bit easier.
And by then, they had
It's just like, you know,
the promised shortcut.
that's the thing though. If you make it out of that alive, like, do you really still want to be alive, bro?
Supplies dwindling, they reached the edge of the Great Salt Lake Desert. The desert was nothing like they had expected. Instead of the hard, flat surface they had been told to expect, they encountered deep, wet sand that bogged down their wagons. Thirsty and disoriented, they struggled across the salt flats, and by the time they made it out, many of their oxen and horses had died, and their wagons had been severely damaged. By the time the Donner Party reached the Sierra Nevada mountains in late October, they were dangerously behind schedule. The snow began to fall, and they realized they had made a terrible mistake. Chapter 3. Trapped in the Mountains. On October 28, 1846, the Donner Party was within sight of their destination, with only about 100 miles left to traverse. But their progress was abruptly halted by a brutal blizzard.
Almost like, damn.
The storm struck with ferocious intensity, dumping several feet of snow
No,
and
mine
completely
is too,
blocking
bro.
the mountain pass they needed to cross. Trapped in the Sierra Nevadas frozen wilderness, the party had no choice but to retreat to the area now known as Truckee Lake.
I don't think.
Their situation quickly deteriorated as the
don't
snow
think it
continued to
might come this
pile up,
way.
creating a treacherous environment that made travel impossible. The group hastily set up makeshift shelters, tents, and ramshackle cabins, hoping to weather the winter in these inadequate structures. The conditions were grim.
Too weird.
Most of their supplies and livestock lost along the arduous trail, food became increasingly scarce. The harsh winter conditions compounded their dire situation. Hunting was impossible. As the days passed, starvation began to take its toll. Children cried from hunger. Adults grew weak and frail. The bitter cold seeped into their bones, and frostbite and illness became a constant threat. The dwindling food reserves and lack of proper shelter meant that the first members of the party started to die from starvation and exposure. The once hopeful pioneers now faced the brutal reality of their predicament, caught in a deadly struggle for survival against the harsh elements of the Sierra Nevada winter. Chapter 4: Desperation in December. By mid-December, the Donner Party was facing the harsh reality that help might not come in time. More than half of the party were children, including 6 infants, which made their situation all the more dire. Starvation gnawed at their bodies, and morale plummeted as hope began to fade. On December 16, 1846, desperation drove the Donner Party to make a critical decision. They divided their group, sending 17
Sounds beautiful. Yeah.
known as Forlorn Hope.
I have to like think of like
and set out in
yeah, I mean, because I want to do the trips from New York to California by Amtrak. But I'm like, okay, now that I'm in California, what the fuck am I gonna do? So it's like, oh, I'm just gonna take a trip, airplane back to New York. But
consume the bodies of their fallen companions.
it's like I gotta figure out where I'm gonna go. But Death Valley sounds pretty cool.
Who had joined the group
As an American, I do feel like I should try to
the 2 men, horrified, attempted to flee. But days later, starving,
national treasures
by William Foster, a member of the Forlorn Hope. In a moment of desperation, Foster
need
shot
money and
both men.
vacation time to do that. But
the group was eventually reduced to 7
I
survivors.
want to,
Their bodies
start
were ravaged by
traveling and
hunger
stuff.
cold, but they managed to stumble upon a Native American village where they were given food and shelter. They would later reach a ranch in California where they were able to organize the rescue for the rest of the Donner Party. Back at Truckee Lake, the situation remained dire. The remaining survivors, who were still waiting there, were forced to slaughter their animals for food. When even the dogs were gone, they gnawed on bones, tree bark, and animal hides. Eventually, they too resorted to cannibalism, consuming the frozen bodies of those who had perished.
Yeah, at least they were
Chapter
frozen.
4: The Rescue. By February 1847, after 5 grueling months trapped in the mountains, rescuers finally reached the stranded emigrants. Though they had known the party's location for some time, the deep snowdrifts had prevented earlier attempts. The first rescuers brought only limited supplies, and most of the remaining members of the Donner Party were too weak to travel. Over the next 2.5 months, additional relief teams struggled to evacuate the survivors. Despite their efforts, several of the original emigrants died on the way out of the mountains. In March 1847, rescuer John Stark, along with 2 others, discovered 11 survivors, mostly children, who had been abandoned by an earlier relief group. Stark refused to leave anyone behind. He carried 2 children at a time down the mountain, making multiple trips to ensure that all 9 children were brought to safety. His heroic efforts provided a glimmer of hope in the midst of a devastating tragedy. By April 1847, the last person rescued was Louis Keseberg. When rescuers found him, he was in a terrible state, surrounded by the remains of his former companions. He was accused of cannibalism and murder, but there was no concrete proof of these accusations. Though the survivors were
Yo, my guys survived and they want to
left deep scars.
Like
at the end, out of the original 8
You murdered him. You murdered all the people in your party.
survived.
So at that point, why are you fucking surviving, bro?
Unimaginable cost, and the story of the Donner Party would forever stand as a symbol of both the triumph of human will and the devastating consequences of desperation.
You know what I think about? Like, their ancestors, bro. Like, you know? Like, what do their ancestors think about this? Like, are they just going around living their lives and shit? It's like, you know, your great 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 grandfather ate my great 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 grandfather.
When my cousin Cody and I were in our early 20s, we went on a handful of camping trips around Colorado. This happened, I believe, when I was 22 and he was 23, and it happened in Arapahoe Forest. It was my
Yeah.
not Cody's.
Well,
it was in the
from what I was told is that John Hastings had his he had a company where he had a shortcut that was supposed to be like, yeah, you know, shave time off of the trip. But what people found out is that what he would do, and this is on the other video, but I don't really want to listen to that one because it's not like this one like someone's reading a story to me in that sense. But John Hastings would intercept like messages saying that, oh, don't take the John Hastings route because it's really bad and stuff. And that's where, well, they had from what I remember, I think it was like 2 groups, and a guy named John Reed was a bit ahead of them, and he told them, yeah, don't take the John Hastings route. But what people think is that John Hastings just intercepted his note and he never received it. And what John Hastings telling them, hey, yeah, take this route. It'll save up time. So, yeah, he really fucked over a lot of people. Damn. His ancestors probably got karma for life, bro.
Our jobs allowed us to have off days in the middle of the week, and we'd often go on our campouts then to avoid traffic and crowds. I always let Cody take charge on these trips. He's the Eagle Scout, not me. We parked by a picnic area, and we set foot into the woods from there. After about 15 minutes of hiking deeper into the woods, we found a good spot to set up camp. A good spot meaning a big enough clearing to fit 2 tents, the portable stove, and a campfire. The first thing we did was unpack.
Have you ever been camping?
Tents. Cody has always been a lot quicker than me in pitching a tent. He does it in only a few minutes.
I kind of want to go camping, but these stories like make me not ever want to go camping. Especially as a solo female, hell no.
Sticks and wood. He did.
Maybe if I'm like
starter and a lighter.
With
I guess we
people, I wouldn't even want to just.
It was at the point in the day when the sun was going down.
Like even just having like a guy there is just not enough.
Steak and burgers. One thing about Cody is he always
need like
the food on these trips, and he's a really good cook. So I always try.
Even having people, I feel like even having people there is not even enough, bro. But it's just like
food would attract a black bear, which Cody always said was very unlikely.
I would have to go camping like in the spot.
Is other people. As we ate our steak and burgers, we cracked.
I'd probably go camping like in a an actual place that's like dedicated for camping, and you know there's other people. I think I like the idea of glamping more. You know,
vibing to music.
Like you're outside, you basically have all the niceties of living in the house, but you're outside.
More traditional card games. We started playing Uno. And this was when we heard
Fair
in
enough.
the woods. I paused the song.
How much people do you normally go with to feel like safe and shit?
We heard a person humming and footsteps from beyond the trees in the pitch blackness of the forest. Cody urged me to find the flashlight. I tried, but by the time I found it, the sounds had faded away. I asked Cody if that was something to be concerned about, and he said it definitely was unusual for someone else to be this deep in the woods, let alone creepily walking by a campsite with an active campfire humming loudly. I was a bit shaken, and I saw Cody was too. We went back to playing cards with the music much lower now. When we least expected it, a big stick landing in the middle of our campsite made us both jump out of our skin. It didn't fall from a tree. This thing was thrown at us by someone. Cody started yelling something along the lines of, "Whoever's out there messing with us, get a life and f*** off." And then, footsteps could be heard once again in the distance. They were walking away from us. I said we should pack up camp and move somewhere else. He said absolutely not in the dark. We both had bear spray, and he advised to just keep it next to me in my tent when we go to sleep. It was the closest thing to ranged self-defense weapons we had. We kept hearing sounds like tree branches cracking in the distance, sounds that you would never expect an animal to be making. Someone was out there, maybe multiple people.
I think
We had to go
I
to
kind of want to clean this up more, but I think I'm a little too tired to do all of that.
No one
But
comes to our campsite and steals
I
anything.
think just having
Cody agreed to take first watch. He said he'd stay up and read his book. So I crawled into my tent.
you see this first watch and second watch bullshit. If I have to do that
You're in a cold
to feel safe, then I'm not fucking going.
sleeping bag. Any number of things could wake you up. I didn't yet know what woke me up. I was still in a fog. My brain didn't feel fully woken up yet. I looked up and saw a head peering into my tent.
Ah.
Like Cody. I rubbed my eyes, but really it was the darkness that was preventing me from seeing anything of his face. I said, "Cody?" thinking he was waking me up to take my turn of keeping watch. I said groggily, "Is it my turn?" I stared at the head peering at me in my sleeping bag, slowly growing more awake every second. Then I heard the zipper to the tent quickly zip up, and his head disappeared. I laid back down in my sleeping bag, but only for a second. I suddenly had some weird moment of clarity where I
Did you bring any like guns with you?
walked away.
Yeah, I'm bringing a gun.
I said. He didn't answer. I unzipped my tent to peek out to the campsite. The fire was dead. Cody wasn't out there. I went over to Cody's tent, which was zipped up. I unzipped it and looked inside to see Cody fast asleep in his sleeping bag.
You fucking kidding me?
Chills, goosebumps, whatever you want to call it. I almost shit myself at the realization. I started shaking him awake, and when he finally awoke, I told him someone's here.
Fucking Cody's the fucking worst, bro.
To come back to reality just like I did. But when he
Cody is the fucking worst, bro.
dozed off while reading. He said I should sleep in the tent with him tonight. But to do that,
Ew.
my sleeping bag. He came outside of the tent with me and stood watch as I ran to my tent to grab my sleeping bag.
Gay.
In my tent, grabbing my
Just
sleeping
kidding.
bag, I heard that goddamn humming again from outside. I grabbed
Yeah.
it. Cody whispered at me to hurry up. I said, "You hear that too?"
Yeah.
He said yes. We both got back in his tent and zipped it up, with our cans of bear spray by our sides. I tell you, in those moments, I wanted nothing more than for a bear to come and save the day. The hours dragged on as I stayed up while Cody slept.
What do you normally cook when you're out camping?
I woke him up and we switched. When
I'm assuming like burgers and shit. Or steak.
light outside.
Something about that sounds nice. Cooking a steak in the woods. That sounds hella comfy.
While we could have driven somewhere else and had another night of camping elsewhere, neither of us were feeling it anymore. This was a haunting experience, and I think we both just wanted to be in the safety of our houses. It's been 6 years since this happened, and he's hit me up a few times since then about camping, but I haven't really had interest since this experience. People are just too scary. Why was someone out there stalking our campsite? And the sight of that person's head in the dark, just looking into my tent, it was straight up from a nightmare. I may never go camping again, honestly.
That's something that's always like about New York is we have so much stuff to do.
The living, because they can actually hurt you. In my late teenage years, I came into some
We have mountains out here too.
and I received an inheritance from him. At the time of my dad's passing,
We have the Bear Mountains and stuff.
Oregon by Mount Bachelor.
Nice.
The cabin had been put up for sale since my mom could no longer afford the payments, and renting it out was not covering the payments either. The cabin was set to go on the market for sale in less than a month, and was in the process of finalizing all the paperwork with the realtor and
But a
lawyer.
cabin
So for that month,
sounds really
the
nice
cabin was
too.
not going to be rented out any longer and was just going to be vacant. I saw this as a chance to get away for a while and clear my head in light of all the things going on. I quit work, packed up my snowboarding gear, grabbed my dog Midnight, and headed up in my dad's car to the cabin. My
Midnight.
first 2 days at the cabin,
That's a nice name.
nothing out of the ordinary.
Never heard a dog called
I
Midnight.
spent my days
I
playing
like it,
Midnight
though.
in the snow and snowboarding, and the evenings playing PlayStation or listening to music,
Really?
drinking and
Yeah, we got a lot.
I had already stocked up
New
on
York is
food,
nice.
cigarettes and liquor, so I was pretty much a shut-in, aside from the occasional out to hit the slopes.
I mean,
My dog is company and DVDs.
I will say
I was quite content.
it is like what you see
Drama that preceded my outing. The cabin
like on TikTok and stuff, but it's
story had the living room and a side
it's
guest
not
room
always
along
like
with the
that.
kitchen. Upstairs had another
Yeah.
rooms, along with a walk-in
New York is
closet
very
and a
nice.
master bedroom.
That's why I like it so
Spent
much.
either
There's
in the
always
living room,
something to
kitchen, or
do.
Master bedroom. I never ventured into the other rooms and always kept the doors leading
It's
into
like I always think about,
third date.
say any other place I would want to live.
Playing with my dog.
I can't think of
playing
any other
watching
place.
DVDs.
It's just like New York just has
That day was
everything that I
Sunday,
want.
So instead of
I would like to have like maybe like,
that's when things started.
I know this
getting
sounds like, you know,
in our area.
snobbish, but I would love to in the future have like a summer
Block away from
and winter home.
all other
Maybe
families
like
aside from these two were around.
I kind of was thinking Florida for like a summer home, but with all those hurricanes, I don't know anymore. But it'd be nice to have like a nice house in like
I knew that no one was currently staying.
Wyoming or something where it has like
Around
snow and stuff,
while
just like
outside with my
somewhere
dog,
where you could
I
just
noticed what looked like
be
footprints in the snow around
like in a cabin and you have a fire going on and there's snow flowing and stuff.
semi-fresh, like someone had just been there in the last 20 to 30 minutes before me.
Yeah.
That maybe someone was staying in the cabin near me that I
It's
didn't have noticed.
Really?
Maybe they were shut-ins like me. All right, whatever. The footprints led away from my cabin. and disappeared
Yeah, trust me.
into part of the trees.
Most New Yorkers don't even stay 1 minute in Times Square if they can.
And I decided to head to bed. My dog Midnight was laying on the bed with me.
It is like a sight to see though, like with all the screens and stuff, but most New Yorkers don't really go to Times Square. The only time you go to Times Square is because you're going to see a Broadway show, which is always nice.
After around 5 minutes, he ran back upstairs to me and started to do his doggy dance for the sign that he had to pee or that he wanted to go outside. Shit, well fine, I can't say no to him, so we both went downstairs to the outside driveway for him to do his thing. Only he didn't want to pee. As soon as we were outside, he started to pull his...
Where are you from, if you don't mind me asking?
He kept looking into the dense part of the trees where the...
Assuming somewhere in California,
But he
no?
also kept sniffing the side of the house and looking up towards the roof. After he figured out that I was not going to go where he wanted, he sat himself down and just stared into the darkness. A bit unusual for him, but alright. Maybe there's some forest animals out there that he wants to chase down. But fuck this, I didn't want to chase anything. So I pulled him back inside and we both headed back upstairs. Around half an hour later, I was lying in my bed when I heard what sounded like hooves walking on my...
You want to see the fake
It was
Elmos?
only a series of around 6 steps, and I
I don't
rationalized that
think I've seen a fake Elmo.
tree onto the roof.
There's a lot of
Kind-hearted
fake
forest animals.
Mickey Mouses and
Here's the thing.
like Iron
Steps
Man.
spaced apart like a man lamb.
And there's always like a guy with a big Hulk suit, but
Midnight also heard the noise and was quick to run to the balcony screen door, expecting for me to let him out.
yeah, that's always
You
fun.
know what?
I would just be careful though, because those people, they will like
So I grabbed my coat,
bully you into paying,
cigarettes, and
paying
out
them.
onto the balcony. I went outside,
And I'm assuming you're a guy, so
canvassing the roof.
and
Nothing
I
that
don't even know they still do it. Like since being topless in New York is actually not illegal. There's in the summertime there's normally girls that are out there topless
I started to calm down.
and asking for photos. But now I think about all that, I haven't seen those
Staring at the stars and trees.
girls in a long time.
That's when I saw it. In a tree that was a little taller than our cabin and around 20 feet from the balcony.
So you just got tired of being harassed,
Crouched in
but
a squatting position in between two
you're
branches.
going outside like that.
Really tall, like,
You gotta be real careful.
and it was really fucking skinny.
Oh,
Squatted on one
I'm
branch,
sorry to hear that. Yeah, there's this guy.
above its head.
Oh,
The branch
you might like
while its mouth.
Maybe you've heard of him, but there's this guy. I just watch him in passing, but his name is like Benji something. And I'm really sorry to hear about like the fires are horrible over there. I was so sad. I felt so bad for everyone. I feel bad for anybody out there, man. Like, even if like and everyone's like, oh, and so what? People are rich, but it's just like it's not even about them being rich. So what if they're rich? It's just like a lot of those like really, really nice houses, and a lot of those houses are passed down. I mean, a lot of them are fucking expensive too. But yeah, I just felt bad, like to like have your house burned down, and it's just like when you find out that it could have been highly prevented. It's very, very upsetting. It's very, very upsetting. And I really do feel bad for everyone. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. It's just like you gotta be careful because like they can see you and they will come up to you and like try to like harass you and shit. So that's why I'm just letting you know. Like just be very careful. But yeah, there's this guy. He's like his whole house is like had a bunch of plants and shit, and it was like mad cozy and stuff. He was renting the house, but it was still such a nice house, bro. That's one thing I feel bad too, is like a lot of these houses that were so pretty and oh man, and like homes that were passed down and shit, man. And people just losing everything. Oh man, this shit's depressing, bro. I hope I never in my life have to experience something like that. Yeah, I was keeping up with it for a while. I was watching a lot of people on YouTube like go to the fires and shit. This shit was fucking horrible, man. And like the insurances, they were like, yeah, we know that this is gonna happen. It's just like the government's just like, I don't know. And then we listen to some of the people. It's just like, well, are you gonna vote for Gavin Newsom again? Well, it's not really his fault. I'm like, are you like how much trauma, like how much stock syndrome are you going through, bro? Just like you just say that he did a bad job. Him and that fucking lady, bro. Horrible. And the sad thing is that none of them are in jail, which makes me even more upset. How bad were you affected, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, this looks cute. I wish I feel like my lines are still kind of jaggy, but I feel that that's kind of a style. I mean, like, not the style. I won't say it's my style. No, I mean in the sense where it's just that's how the pencil, the brush is. I don't feel like drawing a frog, but let's see. I'll do a good job.
What the fuck is that? I wasn't sure if I was really seeing this thing, and stood just staring and sat there motionless. I noticed Midnight stand up and start pacing behind me and lightly barking at the same time. The thing still did not move. I put my cigarette out and was debating on shining the light in the thing's direction, but something in my head kept screaming not to. So I walked backwards to the inside of the room and pulled Midnight with me. Once inside, I locked the door and shined the light in the thing's direction, but there was nothing there. I shut the curtains to the screen door and retreated back to bed. But later on in the night, I heard some light tapping at the screen door, like someone was tapping on the glass with their fingers. It was consistent and did not stop for nearly an hour. Midnight seemed to stare at the door, but he wouldn't go near it anymore. The weirdest part was that I had a feeling like someone was inviting me to open that door, but at the same time, I kept hearing my dad's voice in my head, telling me to stay in bed and don't do it. I listened to my dad's voice and just stayed where I was. I passed out eventually and woke up in the morning. It didn't take me long to pack everything and get the hell out of there. I was searching Craigslist and Facebook Marketplace for a new phone. This was a long time ago, so it had to be like an iPhone 7 or something. Phones still had the home buttons back then. I found this listing for a phone. It was some generic looking post. iPhone whatever for sale, new, around $300. It was a really, really good deal.
I see.
That I remember. He told me all the small details I needed to know. That it was factory unlocked, never opened,
Fair enough.
stuff like that. He sent me a video of the box too, still sealed. The guy, whose name was Mick,
Okay.
seemed to
You guys were at a rock in a hard place. Fair enough. Yeah, I didn't know all of that, so that's why I'm just like,
he was only there this
that makes a lot of
He
sense.
went about an hour north. I wasn't happy about this, but this was a really good deal, and I didn't.
Maybe this will make more people
a bunch of friends if they want to
start
come on an
voting
adventure with me.
or be more
Really just a way of making the tour
involved
fun
in like
for an hour drive.
where their
My friend
funds
Martina
are going.
agreed to go
So
with, on the promise that
I
buy
guess
food for company.
that's maybe
So this
silver lining behind that.
a police precinct about an hour away, saying he only does deals in police precinct parking lots to avoid scams. I obviously had no problem with this. In fact, it made me feel a little more confident in this whole thing. I picked up Martina on the way around
Sure, if
8:30
I'm
at
liking
night,
this.
and off we went. She being in the car and having someone to talk to made the trip more fun. It was also a Friday night, so afterwards
I'm liking how
we
this
did
is
whatever we
looking.
wanted. When I got off the highway, we were about 10 minutes away, and we found ourselves in a very secluded, quiet area. It seemed like a lot of different wooded areas. Occasional buildings and houses, and then more woods.
I'll come back to that with a fresher eye in the morning.
Visibly
Yeah,
parked in the
morning.
Besides empty police cars, of course.
I just want to finish this last one
Building a couple times and
before I
didn't see
head
the
out.
Sullivan guy who said he was in a black Altima. So I decided to call him.
Aww.
He picked up and said he's having issues with his car on the side of the road and asked if I could come to him. He sent his location and I checked it. He was on the side of some random road with nothing on either side. And by nothing, I mean woods. That's the kind of area we were in. He asked me to come help him jump his car. He had jumper cables. I said, yeah, I guess I could do that.
No bueno.
I want to just drive another hour for nothing.
That's true, I
Martina was
guess.
shaking her head the whole time I was on the phone. The guy said, see you soon, and hung up. Martina then basically screamed, no way, this is sketchy.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
I told her we'll just drive past the location he sent and see what's up. I did agree with her, though. This seemed
Sometimes I'm just hard on myself.
Just was very upset if we drove 2 hours for nothing. We did drive to the location, and when we got to it,
I just want it to look as
cars
good
weren't
as
lights coming up on the
stuff
pitch
will just
black
look
road
as good
to cut
as it
themselves off.
can. But
As we
thank you. I really do appreciate you saying
in
that.
fact a black car, but we couldn't see anyone inside or outside of it. Mind you, it was very dark, but I feel like we would have seen someone's head on the inside or something. Martina said to just keep driving, and I said I know. It was about the sketchiest thing I'd ever seen. A pitch black road between two patches of woods, no streetlights, no other cars in sight. A pretty convenient place to break down and have someone who's coming with a wad of cash to buy something from you come and meet. I drove right past it. Immediately, Melvin starts calling me over and over. I ignored every single call. Then he texted me saying, I saw you just pass me, why didn't you stop? Turn around.
Let's fuck you.
Ignored. Martina is a very positive person, so she laughed about this whole situation, and then said, okay, you owe me food. So I looked up the nearest diner, and we stopped there for some food. It was a quiet, small diner. We were just about the only people in there, even on a Friday.
Until
The waitress just took our coffee order, when a lone guy with his hood up steps into the diner and sits in one of the bar stools. He was wearing a navy blue, dirty-looking hoodie, He glanced over to Martina and I, then looked straight ahead, talking to the lady working behind the counter, apparently ordering a coffee. The man kept glancing at our table like every minute, so I whispered to Martina, "Don't look now, but that guy at the counter might be the Melvin guy."
Yeah.
The waitress came with our coffees. I asked if we were ready.
I feel the same way too.
I said, "A few minutes, please."
Sometimes this the other day I was thinking, man, I wish I had
Thank you, darling.
my drawings from when I was a really kid. When I was a kid, hear me say kid, killed. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
To pay the check and leave.
That's how I know I'm sleepy. But I really, really want to have this done.
She asked if something's wrong, and I noticed the guy look over as I said.
But yeah. Yeah, it's always like that.
Coffee for the road. So she got the check, I paid, we downed our coffees, and left the building.
I just gotta stop being so damn hard on myself sometimes.
I looked into the diner and saw that guy leaving towards the door. As quickly as possible, I drove us out of that parking lot and sped down the road. And yes, we noticed a black car in the parking lot that could have been the one that we saw on the side of the road. I was driving too fast for him to have...
To be honest, I'm actually like...
on the highway, and I was flying for a while.
I am pretty happy because, like, I don't know if you know what a Cintiq is. It's basically a big monitor that you can draw on, so...
So to avoid damage, I pulled to the side of the highway.
And this has made drawing a lot easier for me because...
slashed. I had to replace the tire with the spare, which took about 15
the way I used to normally draw is, like, basically... I'm not really explaining, but...
Martina dinner that night. Now Martina and I look at it as a...
Plus, this way is just easier to draw. Sorry, brain is shutting down a bit, so it's hard to talk. Using all my energy to do this shit.
I was seeing this girl for a few weeks. We'd been on 2 dates. Her name was Phoebe. We matched on a dating app.
Phoebe?
We met a few days later. She was 4 years older than me. Our first date was drinks, and our second date we went out with my friends on a weekend. My friends had neutral opinions about her. They thought she was, quote, nice and kinda quiet. They'd later reveal their actual thoughts on her, but I'll get to that later. Phoebe invited me to an reunion party. She told me she...
Like, I used to draw on a drawing tablet a lot, but, it always just seemed like an uphill battle with those things, and I just never could get the hang of it. And
that it was organized by this rich...
I always wanted like one of these big ass like drawing monitors where you could just draw on the screen, because it feels more like drawing like on paper and shit, because that's just how easy for me to draw on. So they're just like really expensive. Like for a brand new one is like
I thought was maybe
$3K, you know.
During the party. The second we stepped into the house,
but
it felt like everyone...
a lot of the older versions you could get now for like
a few people came
$500 and under.
Attention to me.
It's kind of crazy how I really got this tablet that I'm drawing,
questions these people were
because I was saving up like $300 to buy one of these tablets on eBay for the longest time.
I also felt
I gotta pause this guy.
Questions.
Him talking and me talking is like, I can't. So there was this listing on eBay that I was eyeing. I was like, okay, I'm gonna save up the money to buy it. I was saving it for like 2 months, because it's like, you know, I could just have to spend the money, but it's just like, I'm at the point in my life where I just don't want to spend money and not have money, you know, when you make big purchases like that, without and not having to dip into my savings. I was saving up, and like I used to look at it every day. I'm like, okay, yes, nobody bought it. And the one day I'm like, and this is like basically last week. The one day I'm like, okay, I just got paid. Let me go buy this tablet. This shit sold out. I was so distraught. I was so mad. And it was like, because it was like $300, but you kind of got like everything you need to like run the tablet. So I was like, oh man, I'm never going to find a good deal like that ever again. So I just started looking on eBay just to be like, okay, let me see what's like the next best thing I can find to buy. And then I just happened to find like this. I think they're like a technology like I think they just like when companies go out of go out of business, or like they just have like a bunch of old technology they're just trying to sell. They hire these people, so I'm assuming like maybe like an art studio just went down, and they had these tablets, and then mind you, like this is like a 22-inch like tablet, and the shit's fucking heavy, and it's just like everyone it's just one of those things where it's just that like it's like everyone knows it, like people buy it, and if people know if it's you have a good deal and they're gonna buy it, so it's one of those things like they can sell out like hotcakes and stuff. It's kind of like playing like collecting PlayStation 1 games. Like there's not a lot of people that collect it, but the people who do collect it, they know a deal when they see it, and they'll be quick to buy it up in that sense. So but anyway, so I found like this company. I don't think they didn't know like they were like basically giving these shits for free, but they had the tablet for like $100. Like it was like 108 with taxes, but that was for pickup. And the thing that I actually found out, like the pickup area is really close to where I live, so it's like, oh, I could just pay $100 for this tablet, this drawing mat that normally goes for like $300, the lowest, and just pick it up. So I ended up getting it. I ended up not having to spend $300, and I ended up only spending $100. So that's really nice. So it's just like that shit felt like divine intervention. Yeah. So yeah, it's just like yeah. I felt really good about getting it. Cause like yeah, these shits be going, and they go for like it's one of those. Like Wacom is one of those companies where it's just that they really do overcharge people and shit. They really do, but their products are so good. Like people have like I have some tablets that are like I don't think 10 years old. Actually, yeah, probably going on 10 years. Like a lot of people have like tablets that still run like 20 years old from them, and they still run really well. Like I even went to this drawing, like I go to like figure drawing and stuff like that, art events, and there's a studio, and like they even still have the same tablet I have, and this tablet came out in 2019, so it's like it has a bit of years on it, but it's just like wow, so people still a lot of these companies still use them too, so I'm hoping that it was like actually an art studio that bought them, and not just like some grubby reseller that just bought them to just resell. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Congratulations, thank you. You know what's so crazy? I have an iPhone. What's crazy about it is I always swore off iPhones, but like it's gotten to the point where Samsung kind of is like I don't like Samsung anymore because they have it where they're so indoctrinated with Google now, like, and Google's always just trying to get your information. I'm like, I don't know if I like that. So I actually ended up getting like an iPhone. This is my first iPhone. I got the 15, and I'll say it's a really good phone. I used to really like I love the iPod classics. If I tell you how many iPod classics I bought over the years, that always fucking break on me. Mostly because like I'm always trying to like mod them and shit. But I love that's the one thing I loved from Apple was the iPod classic. I mean, with my phone now, it's just good. It's just really good. So I end up using YouTube a lot, but I actually have my own NAS server where I had my music on, but I'm so fucking mad because I was a dumbass and I didn't lock up my the bays on my hard drive, so they fell out and that corrupted my whole fucking drives, man. So I have to buy a whole nother 16 fucking gig RAM hard drive, and it's not fucking cheap. Not cheap at all. Yeah, data is currency. Yeah, a reseller wouldn't be selling for so cheap, but what these guys are like, they just like it seems like they just clear out like offices for people, and I think they just want to get rid of them because they're these things are fucking huge. Like it takes up a lot of space. Like they also sell monitors and shit. And they price them well. Like they priced them for like 300, 400. So it's not like, and like when I went there, it's not like these people don't know what they. I don't think it's not that they didn't know what they have. I think they just kind of want to get rid of them. But I also think it was just like divine intervention. I was just like, all right, you actually did save up to get this shit. So like let's like do you a solid and actually like, you know, give you the thing. So sometimes it's just like having patience is a virtue. So it felt really nice to be able to buy it. I was gonna buy another one for my parents' house when I'm over there, but somebody bought them all out. Yeah, sorry, 16 terabytes. My bad. I have you know, I am very tired. Yes, I meant 16 terabytes. Imagine, was was 16 gigabytes ever like a big thing? I remember. No. I think the lowest back in the days, I'm thinking about like old laptops. I think like 128 gigs used to be like the standard, and then it was 500. But like you'd have like, God, it's crazy. We used to be on two gigabytes of fucking RAM and used to think that was enough. We used to be on there was times when 16 gigabytes of RAM was sufficient enough to run a PC. I used to laugh at people. Was it 32 or 64? Laugh at people who had like 64 gigs of RAM. I'm like, that is way too much fucking RAM. Now that's like the friggin' norm. Like if you're running AI and shit, that's like the norm now. Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, it was obliterated. But I mean, it's a RAID. So one of the hard drives is still good. It's just one of them. I have to like get another hard drive and put it in there. I really kind of just wanna just buy a hard drive and do a like, you know, a switcheroo and just like be like, this hard drive doesn't work. I don't want it anymore. But I feel that someone will actually fix that hard drive and then get all my shit.
There was also something about all the people in here.
I was like, you know,
older looking than 28, which was the age Phoebe told me she was. Some of these people looked well into their 30s. I made a comment on that to Phoebe, and she said, yeah, some of these people aren't aging too well. I asked if she remembers all these people, and she said yes. I then asked who the party host was. I was curious to meet the owner of this big house. She said she hadn't seen him yet. Throughout the entirety of me being there, I felt like everybody was shooting me daggers. They wouldn't look away either. I whispered that to Phoebe, and she said back it's probably because they're wondering who I am. At the time, that was the only logical explanation I could think of, too. It's hard to explain the growing awkwardness at this party, but I can assure you, this was not what a normal high school reunion would be like. There was no music, and everyone was dressed weirdly, not like normal 28-year-olds. But that's the other thing. None of these people looked like they were in their 20s. I was getting uncomfortable with some of the stares I was getting in the room we were in, so I told Phoebe I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Realistically, I just wanted to get out of that room and explore the house a little bit. I didn't have a drink in my hand or anything to make me feel at ease. I was just walking around this giant house empty-handed, and anyone I passed stared at me. To say I felt out of place would be the understatement of the century. I found the bathroom. I stepped inside.
Is this some like eyes wide,
locked myself inside just to sit and read.
open wide shut or whatever?
From the awkwardness outside. I texted all my friends about how weird this reunion was, and wondering how I could convince Phoebe to leave early. We'd already been there about 30 to 45 minutes, and this unnamed mystery party host was nowhere to be seen. Phoebe texted me, "Where are you?" In the bathroom.
Sorry.
Then I followed that up with, "This party's really weird. I'm down to leave soon." She said, "Why?" I said, "Everyone's being weird." Then someone knocked on the bathroom door, so I couldn't sit in there anymore. I washed my hands quick and left the bathroom.
You could just destroy the hard drive.
It looked like one of the
Yeah, but I want to at least like look like.
voice to me. You should.
I want to at least look decent
She is.
enough to where it's just like, you know.
Phoebe? He said, "Whatever she told you her name is." He then asked what she told me this party was. I said that she told me it was a high school reunion. The guy then smirked and said, "Do these people look like they're going to a high school reunion?" He left it
What are they doing?
I quote, "Trust me, leave sooner than later." And then he walked into the bathroom and shut the door. I almost knocked on the door to get him to come out and further explain, but I thought for a second. I was already suspicious and uncomfortable in this house. That guy just confirmed something weird is going on here. I walked straight to the front door without drawing attention to myself. I still felt people staring at me as I walked to the door. I walked straight from my car in the street and drove home. Phoebe texted me asking where I went. I didn't answer. When I got home, I looked up her number on White Pages. That number was not associated with the name Phoebe. The name that came up was Claire Foster. The address that I picked her up at both times is also different than the address that came up on White Pages, which made me realize I never saw her leave the house. She was already waiting on the sidewalk both times. I replied to her text, "I had to leave, I'm sorry," and blocked her number. My friends all made jokes, and they told me she thought she was weird and off from the start, but they didn't want to tell me that and make me feel bad. My one friend joked that it sounded like I was in the movie Get Out. My friends and family all have had little theories as to what was going on. Some people would even think I exaggerated the whole thing until I told them about the fake name the girl gave me, and the guy telling me to leave sooner than later. This happened when I was a young child, maybe like 8 years old. My parents had me late. My two older siblings are both at least 10 years older than me. I was woken up in the middle of the night to a commotion from downstairs one night. It was my parents. I cracked my door open and heard my parents freaking out about something. I wasn't sure what it was. I went to the stairway and stood at the top, calling down,
Fair enough.
"Dad?" My mom came to the bottom of the stairs.
You're not helping. You're not being
Stressed about something though. I was trying to go back.
not like
when I heard the front door downstairs
just,
slam shut.
you're making me really want to do that, bro. I think I'm like,
Presumed they left the house, but I wasn't sure why.
I don't have a bad record with Amazon
Listened to
though.
my mom and went back to sleep.
Like, yeah, it doesn't work. I don't know what happens.
The sound of the front door closing, and then footsteps.
I could
no
just
talking.
play like a ditzy girl, just like, yeah,
Assumed
I
they were home and just being quiet so that they wouldn't wake me up. I heard occasional steps and thuds from downstairs.
yeah, I don't know what happened, but it just doesn't work, you
I
know.
thought for sure I heard the
They
fridge
said this would work, but it just doesn't work.
my older brother Chris, who's 10 years older than me, and And at the time, he was already driving, so he was going out and coming home late. So him getting home at like
yeah, she don't know what the fuck she was doing. Yeah, I tried to like
these are all things I was
put it in my like computer and just didn't work.
Eventually, I heard footsteps coming up the stairs.
Did not work.
Louder and closer.
Like, yeah, she know what the fuck she talking about.
First thing to my door. My door quietly and slowly opened.
I'd like to return this, thank you.
I just had my eyes open, facing the door as I was still laying down. There weren't any lights on outside of my room.
But then I feel bad though.
I was doing so in the dark, so all I saw was this black mass at my doorway, resembling the shape of someone's head. I said every name starting from Chris to Mom to Dad. Then I just said, "Who's there?" They didn't reply. They just closed.
Blah blah blah.
They're confused but mildly creeped out. I heard footsteps going downstairs. I'm convinced it was my dad now, just coming to check on me after getting home, though I wasn't sure why he was ignoring me. I didn't hear anything from downstairs for a while now. I allowed curiosity to get the better of me, and I went downstairs in the dark. I kept all the lights off as I was approaching the kitchen, and I froze at the doorway, noticing a tall figure right in the middle of the kitchen. I said, "Dad?" assuming it was him just based off the size of this person. A deep
okay, I think this one's like good enough that I don't have to redo it.
Jumped under the covers. All I was thinking was, why did my dad's voice sound like that? The reality of a stranger being in the house didn't dawn on my innocent little mind. Not until a little later, when I heard the front door opening and a commotion from
thank you.
The voices of my parents. I went to the top of the stairway.
Yeah, I feel you.
They were shocked to see I was still awake. I asked what happened. They told me that Chris had a little accident.
This happens.
I found out months later that he had gotten into a car accident driving in a condition that he shouldn't have been driving in. My parents got a call from the hospital, and so they rushed to see him first thing, leaving me to sleep. I asked my dad if
he's dead
in my room before, and that was when I learned that they had been gone for hours. My mom started freaking out, yelling at my dad because he had neglected to lock the door when they rushed out of the house. Me telling my parents about the person at my bedroom door and in the kitchen caused my dad to search the house with his gun, and my mom to call the police. The last thing I really remember was being asked by a police officer to give my story. My parents tell me that they felt like morons having to explain to the cops that they left me alone and left the door unlocked.
Pretty much.
Everything of value was stolen, even though whoever broke into the house clearly didn't have intentions of harming me. Having a complete stranger in your house is already a terrifying ordeal. Now imagine going through that at 8 years old. I once worked as a direct care aide for a 65-year-old woman with a developmental disability. Her daughter, who was in her 40s, worked overnights, and she needed a caretaker with medical experience.
I do appreciate you feeling bad for me. But that happened like last year, so I'm used to it. The new struggle is that I had to take is that my monitor broke. Like I was pressing too hard on the fucking screen, and it got a crack in it. Well, it got a crack in it, and then all the pixels in it died. So I had to buy a new fucking monitor. So that was fun. That was a lot of fun. Alright, I'm gonna end it here. Excuse me, I'm so burpy. It's from the tea. Is anyone on? I appreciate you watching my streams. Let's see, smaller. Oh, sorry. I forgot. No, I mean like, yeah, it happened last year, but when did that shit happen though? I think it happened like last year, like maybe like October. No, I feel like it was earlier. I think it was like around like March of last year. No, not this monitor. I have like 3 fucking monitors, so not the Cintiq I just bought. The monitor I just bought is my gaming monitor, so the thing is I dropped it a few times, so I think it just had a hairline crack, and when I accidentally pressed too hard on the monitor, it just fucked it up. But yeah, sorry. Yeah, let me head to bed. I can see myself being rambling and just like not being coherent anymore. But I'm happy I got all this fucking line work done. Tomorrow I'm just gonna color it. And why tomorrow already gotta be Sunday, man? I just felt like I just was at fucking work. I'm telling you, this fucking 9 to 5 Monday through Friday bullshit is a fucking scam, bro. It's a goddamn scam. I'm so tired of working. I just want to be rich or just have like an easier time. But anyways, I'm gonna skedat. You have a good night, Atomic. I really appreciate you keeping me company. Should I call you Jay? I really do appreciate you keeping me company, and yeah. I ain't gonna say I'm gonna stream more. I'll try to stream more. I mean, I do try to stream more, but it's just, if I'm not in like a really like streamer mood, I won't stream because, what's the point in streaming? But yeah, have a good night. Thank you. I'm gonna send you over to one of my friends, but sleep tight or have a good night or day or whatever. I'm tired. Oh God. Let me leave.